Okay. Okay, I'm gonna start playing. Sorry, for those of you on YouTube, I've just been kind of sitting here staring. Just... No, I didn't have time to watch anything that wasn't FF11 last night or this morning. You want to hear something funny, Blade Duvall? Because I think you'll find this funny personally. I was doing a bit of a looking ahead on both upcoming expansions, and I discovered something very amusing. Both, Adalin? God, I still don't know how to pronounce it. Whatever it is. Adalin-y stuff. Adalin, right? Seekers of Adalin and Rhapsodies of Vana'diel are designed to be doable at level 1, or to be slightly more precise, level 3. For those of you paying attention at home, what that means is there's the vanilla chains, which dovetail into Zilart, which dovetail into Promathia, and all that leads up to, what, like 75-ish or something like that? But all of that's, you know, sequential. Treasures is kind of a reset. Wings of the Goddess is kind of a reset. Seekers is super a reset, and Rhapsodies is definitely a reset. In other words, every single expansion in this game, other than the first 2, pretends that you are a level 1 smuggler. It's an interesting decision. As I've said before, it's a very Final Fantasy decision. Hi, Kate Sith. We've been all this time without you around. I was wandering aimlessly like a stray kitten, a lost soul. One of the dialogue options there was take evasive maneuvers. Ever since we lost Lilithsat, I've traversed the land, observing the changes that have come to pass, bearing witness. Come with me, there's something I need to show. Show and tell. Okay. I mean, again, the literal level kind of doesn't matter. Because I bet you money right now, and you don't have to confirm or deny this, that Seekers, that is to say, Adalin, will once again be a brand new adventure that does not acknowledge the previous ones. Just like Wings has been. Just like Treasures was. That's my actual point. Now, I think that trend will be broken with Rhapsodies, sort of by default. Because, you know. Yes, touch the skies with your legs. The grace of a flight of swans. I push it. The vigor of 1,000 tigers. Butt shot. Butt shot. I guess hip shot. And last but certainly not least, the charm of he for whom the dance trope is named. Yeah, I never thought anything would ever make me actually like the fact that FF14 has sequential expansions, but Here we are. Yes, the Moonshade Butterfly is supposed to be Lilizet, not Portia, the daughter, not the mother. As though the poor girl no longer exists, has been wiped from reality. Yeah, I caught that, thank you. There can be no doubt as to the cause of this, the reason why. It all started that day when Lilizet was reduced to so many glowing orbs and devoured by Adama, swallowed whole. Who gives a... I mean, I will ever and always be grateful that WoW lets you skip expansions. Getting an eyeful of my girls, weren't you? Undressing them with your sinful mind. Don't even think to deny it. I shan't suffer trespassers, especially not during a rehearsal. No, it's a misunderstanding. Lorunner is here on your side as a friend. You presume to say that I, Mayakov, dancer extraordinary, would befriend any cat off the street. Yeah, so obviously people are starting to lose memory of us. And they just called Cait Sith a beastman, which is kind of funny in its own right. Think twice before you show your faces here again. Level 1 smuggler, Magister. I shouldn't say that. It's actually a separate problem. Hate to say this, but even your existence is under threat, in jeopardy. Yeah, I need to go kill my alternate self immediately. The future looks grimmer than ever. Dark clouds gather. Look up to the sky if you would. Tilt back your head. The comet grows ever larger. Every second brings it nearer. It's only a matter of time before the fair future whence you came is consumed, forever lost. All that remains will be a reality of conflict and strife, a world enveloped by darkness. Together you and Lilizet formed the wings of the goddess. Yeah, well, she gave up, so... But now the champions of the dawn are incomplete, missing a piece. Poor Lilizet. Is this truly the end? Checkmate. Will we fade away into nothingness, the will of Altana along with us, the goddess's wish unfulfilled? You're ridiculous. Come on, I got 2 more expansions to get to. Let's go. I'm beating this freaking expansion today. Ah, you have the right of it. As long as we still exist, we must cling to hope. Keep up the fight. That the children of Altana have proven so resilient in the face of adversity delights me to no end. Impresses the whiskers off me. Now then, deep in the Northlands, the war rages on, the outcome yet undecided. I propose we head there now, and see how the struggle unfolds. I actually haven't heard about that. That's a strange thing, though. Even though the one champion of the dawn remains to Altana, there may be yet a way to set the world to rights. Win back the future. I suppose I should look that up, because I guarantee I'm going to get people bugging me about my opinion about that today. I can't have an opinion about something at sea. You should subscribe to Bloomberg so you could see this. No, I'm good. I don't know, the low level problem, maybe? So I was just debating, what do I call the fact that we're so low tier in this game? Yeah. No, it's not the recognition thing. They've actually been pretty good about that. No, it really is just the fact that we are so low tier. I just corrected myself by default. God damn it. No, to clarify, those of you at home, the level 1 smuggler problem is when a game doesn't know who you are or what you are. There's only a couple of ways to deal with that. The best option, and which is the most expensive and time-consuming by far, is to do custom, lines and animations that accommodate for everything you could possibly be. Now, that's not as common of an approach as you'd think. So what most games tend to do... This isn't just an MMO problem. By the way, a lot of games do this. Any game where you have substantial build gameplay tends to have this problem. So they're like, okay, we can standardize a few things. For example, Tor itself actually does a thing where everyone has their own way of attacking something. Whether it's using lightning, or hitting something with a lightsaber, or blasting it with a blaster, right? There's like a default destroy target animation that'll play. Some games will do a thing where they just kind of drag the entire story down to the lowest common denominator, to the point where it's actually kind of silly. That's also Tor, by the way. Because, once again, they didn't know if you were a supremely powerful Jedi warrior or a smuggler. FF14 actually has this problem in spades. Their approach is a completely separate one. What they do over in FF14 is you're just not part of cutscenes. You're just standing over there munching on popcorn, for the most part. Not literally munching on popcorn, just standing there, right? The amount of cutscenes in FF14 where the Warrior of Light is literally just standing there is enormous, because they don't know what you are. And yeah, this game, too, does the thing where most of the time you're just standing there. Just, yep. Watching the cutscene. That's the level 1 smuggler problem. I shouldn't even call it level 1. I don't know why I'm saying that. That's the smuggler problem. The level 1 problem is separate, which is why I need to detach the two. How goes the war effort, I wonder? Or rather, where has anyone disappeared to? Whether they vanished? Goddess have mercy. So much death. Such devastation. Look, there's still survivors. Those amongst the living. Those not fit to fart shall remain here. The rest of you take up your arms. We bolster the ambuscade. I've got ambuscade armor. I got you. They. Attend, I am Lady Lilith, Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces of Vana'diel. Some splinter faction of beastmen? We know not who you are, but our forces are in the midst of a battle. If you don't stand down, we will strike you as foemen. My dear, pitiful general, infirm and feeble, yet still clinging to the reins with wasted hands. It's a wonder your rabble army hasn't already thrown you off its back. What did you say? So clouded have your eyes become, you couldn't recognize the truth even when it was thrust in front of you. You dare mock me to my face. I dare much more than you dream, General. You are an old man who has long outlived his usefulness. This you proved when you spurned my father's sage counsel, instead choosing a path of certain destruction for your people. Prat all you wish, woman. None have present heavy ears to lend to this rot. Hear me well, good soldiers. Have faith in this man is ill-placed. Follow him if you would throw away your lives to no end. I am Vana'diel's chosen leader and custodian. From a distant future I have come to set the world on its rightful path. Recall to your mind the words of Rajalis de Beaumont the day you cast him out in disgrace. Your kind cannot hope to defeat the Shadow Lord. Your mortal flesh cannot possess such strength as would overcome darkness. You think to weaken or resolve your venomous tongue. If it is your desire to survive the future of chaos that awaits, I counsel you to choose a stronger, wiser leader. I counsel you to follow me. Pledge unto me your undying loyalty, and I shall deliver you a future of everlasting glory. Translation. Strife, pain, anguish, death, etc. Your name, young man. Me? Nothing? None else, my dear. I have the honor of being Sir Henrod, knight sworn to serve the kingdom of Sandoria. Tell me true, are you prepared to sacrifice all for the cause? Even if your flesh becomes spent, your soul consumed, will you fight on? That goes without saying. Even should I be the last man standing, and never I shall yield to the enemy. Then I trust you shan't balk at the bearing yoke of immortality. Be still now, that's a good night. It's power surging from within. It's magnificent. It's the power of darkness. And he's dead. Wow. That was... And here I thought we had something. How truly disappointing. Vile witch. I shall say it but once more. Pledge unto me your undying loyalty, and the gift of this gift, the burden of immortality, the might to oppose the Shadow Lord, will be yours. Know, though, that only those with body and mind forged of strongest steel can house the power of the gods. Like he who once counted himself among you. I'm gonna have to kill you too, aren't I? Oh well. Let it be proclaimed to all corners of the world, to men and beastmen alike. Lady Lilith, Vana'diel's great leader and custodian, is come. Bearing the quenchless flames of Asgarth, I shall be the fiery beacon that illuminates the one true path. O mighty Atomos, fearsome distorter of time, we, the rightful heirs to the future, bid you grant us our inheritance. Forge for us a reality untainted by the malefic will of Altana, a world where man is master of his own destiny. You are a slave. I am partial to the strong. Those who deem themselves worthy of a place in my dominion are most welcome to seek me out. Tell me, Larzus, why do I still sense the presence of that wretched feline and its companion? Beg pardons, milady, the cat has proven quite elusive. They have been forced into a precipice and are nigh depleted of options. It ought not prove difficult to anticipate their next move. Go forth and lie in wait and crush them when they're fool enough to show themselves. We're right over there. I literally saw us in the cutscene earlier. We're right over there. Our prospects are bleak beyond all reckoning, chin deep in mud. Lilith continues to gain ground in the struggle, gathers impetus. For a child of Altana to relinquish his soul to darkness is unthinkable, unimaginable. Let's do some way for us to forestall Lilith's plan. Foil her ambitions. Think with me. We should give up and live out our days in peace. Sure. That a champion of the dawn would make such a suggestion is atrocious, beneath contempt. Okay, fine. I'm afraid that won't avail us against the vast armies of the Shadow Lord. Make next to no difference. Yeah, let's go bring back Lilith, or some reason. You're a rare genius. No, I'm not. Given the urgency of our plight, we have no choice to take the issue straight to the source, the Chocobo's mouth, the avatar who preserves over time. Do you recall the first time you traveled this world? Actually, yes. Give it a negative. There's a place where your essence first brushed against the threshold of reality, the gateway to the past. I trust you've already figured out where to go. We make for the cavernous maw. Okay. Yes, we must become Jenova. I'm not a big fan of corn dogs, personally, Elizar. What I tend to do is I actually tend to remove the corn and just eat the dog. A hot dog on a stick, I'm down for that. Nice, Mr. Red. But wait! What kind of pizza? Yeah, my actual issue is I don't like cornbread in general. There are precious few exceptions to that. I don't even know a good reason why. I'm just not a cornbread guy. Oh, and to answer your unspoken question, Mr. Red, I didn't actually just do the first half of Bastok. I did all of Bastok. Via YouTube. Speaking of, I've decided to, shall we say, I've decided to watch the Bastok and the Sandoria chains at quadruple speed. I want to be very clear about this because this is such a uniquely FF11 thing. Even at quadruple speed, it takes so arduously long to go through everything that I only finished Bastok and barely started Sandoria with what little time I had yesterday. I tend to avoid low-fat things whenever I can, Elizar. Same thing with any low or no sugar stuff. That's... no. Why is it so bad? I mean, it's less healthy, is the simple answer to that. The more zoomed out answer to that is that when you see something that's low fat, what it is instead of fat, they put in something else. The something else is something worse than fat. That's the super summary. There was this obsession with reducing sugar and reducing fat from everything at all costs. And when I say at all costs, I mean it. To the point where it was actually making the food substantially less healthy. A lot of people forget fat is a healthy thing. Certain types of fat, and of course, certain quantities of fat, but still. I don't know if this is true in other countries, but here in the States we have this just absolute obsession with trying to make low-fat or no-fat stuff for everything. That was a bad idea. And probably directly resulted in some of the fat American stereotype we have going on right now. I'm not that big of a maple syrup person, so no push-ups. Well, here we are. Mind you conduct yourself appropriately, acquit your sofa. Oh, God. Yeah, energy drinks are a good example of something that is hilariously unhealthy. Hi, killing you. Sorry, I didn't say hi earlier. It's the same thing. Some of this stuff is being pushed by the food industry. For example, the obsession with eggs being unhealthy. You remember that one? We're kind of out of that by now, but that was a thing for a while. To the point where even to this day, my own mother hesitates to eat eggs. Yeah, for those who know how to, where eggs are one of the superfoods. They are extraordinarily healthy. Pharmacist, actually, Darkrai. Unless the situation takes a turn for better, the brighter future shall be lost forever, given to darkness. It is the will of Etana that evil does not befall the world, must avert in the goddess's name. As the one-winged bird knows not the skies, incomplete the champions of dawn, can ill uphold the will of Etana. We know that all too well, are painfully aware. That's why we've come here, to recover the goddess's lost wing. You deemed Lillicet's existence dispensable, and so disposed of her memories, consumed them to the last orb. But we need those restored. We want them back. I implore you, return the girl to us. So where is it? This place is apparently called the Walk of Echoes. This may prove to be a time-consuming task. Take considerable while. Found you at long last. Spite Wardens. I've already killed 2 of you. Oh no, I planned to do that like weeks ago, Mr. Red. I've had a video playlist up for a while now. Bastok was weird. You say I only did half of it. You are quite incorrect. But I assume the reason you say I only did half of Bastok is because I didn't give a single positive to the second half of Bastok, which I stand behind. For those of you not aware, the initial story arc of Bastok, which I suppose I could recite for you, is interesting, intriguing, and well-written. It's a political thriller with a murder mystery, where the primary focus of the arc tilts around racial tensions. No, it's actually really good, and it ends up being resolved by people who have a functioning brain. Indeed, one of our best allies during the whole thing is a politician. That's not a joke. That's how you can tell it's fiction. So, the whole thing works really well. It is intriguing, interesting. The mystery builds properly. I'm with it. We figure out who the assassin is. We stop that. We save the day. Everything's cool. Cool. And then that story stops. Completely. And then we switch to a completely different story, which is substantially less interesting. Memories of the girl have been scattered. Upon them the pure white feathers blow. Go forth, faithful child of Altana, find that which you seek. Infinite paths converge on single reality. None can decide the future. No man, no god. When the Harbinger cometh, the champions of the dawn shall descend. With wings divine and radiance blessed, the eternal night is end. Tears of the goddess, in this child you have found a worthy champion. Zeed's arc was fine, I guess. Zeed ends up kind of having his soul devoured by the Shadow Lord. It's a whole thing. By that point, I was honestly really bored. So I'll just spoil it for you. So, yeah, so the second act is, oh my god, this ancient assassin is back and is murdering people. Those people are being murdered. Oh, it wasn't him all along. It was actually the captain. No! Captain Carla has betrayed us. How can this be? We must defeat her no matter the cost. Wait, she's being mind-controlled. And now Zeed is giving his soul to the Shadow Lord. But wait! Nope, he's fine. And then the Shadow Lord, who is right there, by the way, is like, I'm bored with you. And literally just tells us to get out of his castle. The end. That's the second story. It's really, really boring. I've only started the Sandoria one, because again, all of this takes an onerous amount of time to go through. Don't worry, I have given many a negative to gameplay, obviously. Ugh. Sorry, I'm having trouble figuring out what to do next. Because I think I have to do a quest. Sorry, no, I think I have to do 3 quests to do a quest to progress this quest. I think. I think I'm understanding that correctly. Where the hell am I? Nah, he just let us leave, Darkrai. He was just like, go away. I'm bored of you now. Oh, I'm pretty sure he's much stronger. Which fits the overall theme of the work here. Maybe theme's the wrong one. Vibe? I don't know. That's true. What? Hang on. Missing a trigger somewhere. Oh, of course! God damn it! You know, game. You could stop spitting in my face for 5 seconds. That's all I'm asking. 5 seconds. Ugh. Listen, you can conquer the world if you can fill out and sign these 15 forms in triplicate. No, I've got it. If you can beat Final Fantasy XI with no allies, no trusts, and no walkthrough. Maybe the no trust thing is impossible. So just no walkthrough. Honestly, the no walkthrough thing by itself. Just that. Just that. Figure it out for yourself. No forum, no other players. Just figure it out. Oh, probably, Mr. Red. Yeah, sorry, used the wrong pencil. Oh, that's even worse, Dakota. I scarce had a moment for myself when I last visited. Everything felt like a blur. So today I think I will treat myself to a leisurely stroll down memory lane. Yeah, we never fight past Shadowlord, correct? As part of the story, I mean. I'm sure he's some kind of super optional. Yeah, same as Odin. Forgive me. I know I've been a little bit blurred the last couple of days. I, like most of the entire United States, have been dealing with apparently smoking, what is it, like 10 cigarettes a day or something like that? Because of the Canadian forest fires. I'm not in the worst of it. That's like way further east of me, but Jesus Christ. Like, if I pull up my phone right now and look up an air quality map, it's most of the corridor. There we go. So yeah, here's the air quality map. I'm just going to zoom it out so I can see pretty much the country. And there's this swath of red starting up in... You know, I actually don't know. Is that Ontario? Whatever's north of the Great Lakes. And then just this giant swath of red going pretty much straight southeast all the way down to Washington, D.C., actually. I'm not in the worst of that. I do know a few people who are in the black areas right now. So that sucks. But yeah, where we are is orange. It goes orange, and then red, and then purple, and then black. Similar to my system. Not quite, though. Jesus. Apparently it's pretty bad up in Canada, too. And Michigan, oh my god. Anyways. So, what'll it be? A red-haired girl? I cannot assist you. Wait a minute, you're an adventurer. Yeah. I have need of your assistance. I invented a new bean dish and require a sample of it delivered to Amara, an elderly resident in southern Sandoria. Okay. She's been my nose and mouth ever since I swapped my fishing rod for a skillet. It'll create a custom between us that I use her apply senses on the cuisines I create. Wood that I can make to deliver myself while it's still fresh and piping hot, but my customers have voracious appetites and needs to be fed. If you do me this favor, I'll consider your aid at my disposal. Okay. Or my aid at your disposal, sorry. Hang on, this person looks awfully suspicious. It's probably not. Yeah, that's true. Then they'll become the Californian wildfires. Heyo! It is a little distressing how commonplace that's getting. That's true. Wealthmar was like, what's a lore runner? The same expansion we're on every night, Spartan. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. I mean, yeah, we actually have a lot, and I mean a lot of technology and research and understanding of how to stop forest fires. Sorry, wrong word. To prevent forest fires. It is substantially harder to start one once it's started. Yeah, maybe stop taking away all the water and literally deliberately drying out the frickin' the forest. That might help. Almonds and Dana setters need water, okay? I'm just saying. Back in the day, Threed would often rely on my taste buds. Be myself and this other little girl who attended his tastings. She loved his bean dishes so. The way her eyes would... Her eyes? God, I can't talk. The way her eyes would sparkle as she fell upon each bowl, never once failed to bring a smile to my face. What she looked like, though, I can't seem to remember. Oh my god. I think I'm being followed, guys. Look, I just can't, Arspruce. I'm sorry. I'm not even trying to, like, apologize for it at this point. I'm dead inside. This game has broken me. I'm not even ashamed of it. I've got 2 more expansions to go through. The good news is we're kind of on the wind up to the end of Wings. We're beating Wings today, I swear to God. I don't even care. I don't even care. We are beating Wings today. I'm sick to death of being in Wings. So I described Lilithset to him. Girl of human, Helven parents, hair kissed by fire. I could have sworn seeing who you described, but I couldn't see where or when that was. This really is just Chain of Memories, isn't it? Like, I'm barely joking. We keep finding hints and fragments of memories. And we're literally gathering them so we can combine them. Well, Vuzum, dear Lilithset, come to pay a visit. Have you been keeping well, lass? Of course. Have you ever known me to keep unwell? Pleases me to hear that. It would please me even more, however, if it would be my first to taste the new bean dish. I've been outside all day and hungry enough to eat a chocobo. Always with the beans. Voila! looks so good. Over the lips and past the gums. Look out, tummy. Here it comes. Maybe darker. I don't even know at this point. I think it's just a saying, Mr. Red. Yeah, meanwhile, trade chat spam. Isn't very good this time. What did you say? Use different salt, right? Too much edge. It isn't so flattering on the beans. Who do you presume to be to find fault with my cuisine? I feed you from my own hearth, and you have the gall to repay me with mockery. Away with you! Be gone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Cry, cry, cry. Nice guy. Yelling at children seems to be a motif. This game. Or this expansion. Feels like a lifetime ago when that little red-haired girl criticized my cooking. She tore my fragile pride to shreds with her innocent words. In a fit of anger, I took leave of myself and chased the poor lass away. After she'd fled, I mulled over her comments and found naught but truth in them. It was exactly as she said regarding the seasoning. In retrospect, many and more of my success stories, my better-loved dishes, owe their existence to her. She was undeserving of my anger. It shames me still to think of my unseemly behavior that day. Age has taken its toll, I fear. My memory is reluctant to divulge anything. I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help. I promise you when I invent a new dish, you'll be the first to savor its sample its savory delights. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to reset the music, Mr. Red. For whatever reason, I think I actually know why. When you replace music, it doesn't loop. It doesn't know how to. So once it's reached its cutoff point, it just stops. Oh my god. Hi, Ross. Which would you prefer? Smoky air from forest fires? Or El Nino? Have fun. Is this your first visit here? No. This isn't even my 15th at this point. He seeks absolution for the callous treatment of a distraught young lady. As her name is yet unknown to him, he refers to her as the red-haired maiden. May paradise open its gates to you. Nah, been there. What? Where? Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Listen, global warming's a myth, Ross. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, we'll see for the show. I haven't actually been able to find a proper news post for that because Bloomberg is price gated, but... Probably, Dakota. That fair maiden is your friend. Please, you must tell me where I can find her. So even you don't know her whereabouts. I suppose there's no help for that. Allow me to recount the tale as promised. It began the day when I went to attend a sermon at the cathedral. One of those 5-second sermons. And it's a positive, Mr. Rowe. That was when I first caught sight of her. She stepped through the doors, bathed in the radiant light of morn. Trite though this must sound, never before I had laid eyes on such fairness. Isn't she like 16? I still remember the ornament that adorned her fiery hair. But above all, I remember the deep sorrow that was graven upon her face. To simply imagine the pain racked her gentle heart, sent a dagger sliding through mine own. The intensity of my emotions was such that I could not help but reach out to her. Beg pardon, milady, if you have a moment. Have we met? Breathe, damn you, breathe. Something weighs heavily in your mind, that is plain to see. I should be honored to share that burden if it please you. 'Tis kind of you to offer, but I would not presume to prevail upon a stranger. No, I insist. If there's aught I might do to ease your pain, you need but ask. That's highly unusual, but if you insist. For true, you have no idea how much this means to me. To think this vision of beauty would share with me her deepest hurts. I was by the moon with joy, that is until she launched into her story. She claimed to be a champion of dawn, possessed of an ability to travel to the past. Powerful enemies had come from an alternate reality where she was battling against them to ensure the survival of the world. In the midst of the struggle, however, someone dear to her fell into enemy hands. And to compound matters, those who once cared for her lost all memory of her existence. I consider myself worldly and well-traveled, but not could have prepared me for the words that spilled from those lips. At some point, I cannot say when exactly, bemusement turned into amusement. I thought it was all a great big fairy tale. I found myself staring at her wide-eyed, nodding dutifully as the events, even more fantastical and ridiculous than the last, were regaled to me in intricate detail. And then the guillotine fell. I did that which cannot be undone. What's so funny? Mercy, milady. Any more of this and my sides are like to burst. What? I don't believe this. You begged me to share my burden, and I obliged you for what? To have you rain spittle on me with your laughter? That's right, it was all make-believe. That you derived such mirth from my tale made it all worth the telling. I thank you for your precious time. Farewell. Atomos take you. I must be losing my mind, or the biggest fool in the world to think it was a good idea to pour my heart out to some boorish stranger. What? Milady, where are you going? In hindsight, the graveness of which she told her story ought to have been as plain as day, even to this blind dolt. Whether or not there was truth to her words was immaterial. The point is, she believed the genuineness of her tale. As such, it was tactless of me, cruel, rather, to make light of her as I did. But I wouldn't give for a chance to seek and beg forgiveness. You and I scarce know each other, but might I trouble you to tell me her name? The truth is, I have not been able to sleep at night for want of this knowledge. In light of the grievous wrong I did your friend, I would not be surprised if you were to begrudge me this favor. Yet I must ask that you take pity upon me. The option there is, nay, let him wallow in his misery, which I did not pick. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Having this opportunity to talk to you, it feels as if the weight of the world has been lifted off my shoulders. Goddess bless you thrice over, kind adventurer. Unlikely, I still got 2 more expansions to go through. There is no hope where I'm going. Where we're going, we don't need lower glasses. Hope. What? Actually, I guess I should remove that from favorites. Reset the music again, by the way. I don't know what I'm doing. And yeah, I'm with you, killing you. Like, Elder Scrolls 6, if it comes out at all, the odds of it even being above 0 in score at this point, I'd say are minuscule. Between Bethesda themselves, the colossal delay, the fact that they just started developing it a couple of months ago, and the fact that Microslop is currently doing everything it can to add as much diarrhea as possible to its own bed, means that there's no hope there. Like, none. I'm not even sure Elder Scrolls 6 is going to come out. Never mind be good. Your companion is not with you, or if I'm confused with another. Pray forgive me, keeping vigil is day after day, my mind is wont to wander. Okay. Honestly, I was expecting Pokemon Sword and Shield, but worse for us. Less interesting boss design, worse story beats, worse characters. Yeah, instead I got the exact opposite of that. Go figure. Honestly, I'm pretty sure in the first session I was already down. You probably don't remember, but the very first VOD, the very first stream, which I was interrupted in, was just us roaming around and taking in the sights and figuring out the interface. And it became very clear very quickly that we were dealing with an extremely polished game. Go figure. I mean, I don't know if you remember this, Push-Ups. There's a point in real-life history, it's here, where Nintendo consoles were so ubiquitous they didn't call them consoles. They just called them Nintendos. You want to go pick up the new Sega Nintendo? This is a real thing, for those of you who think I'm joking. The Jaguar Nintendo. Yeah, Nintendo had become the Kleenex of its time. And what I'm trying to say is we might be getting back to that. Yeah, I'm gonna go play Nintendo. No, the one that weirds me out is me and my friends have always called them NES and SNES. When I got older, people started being like, "What? Why do you call it that?" I was like, "What do you mean?" I've never heard anyone call it like that before. Really? I mean, honestly, yeah, Blade Duvall. We could use a little bit less AAA in the world, you know what I mean? This is why we bought the second Lilac like 2 days ago, by the way. Wow, Arspruce. Hello there, pleasant surprise seeing you again. Judging by the grim expression, something clearly troubles you. Why don't you get that off your chest? Well, Larzos, your evil future self. Corrupted Radules. And apparently me? That one threw me. Do whatever it takes to rescue the person that you hold dear. Yeah, I'm with that. Truth be told, I'd given myself up for lost. Having Mother taken away before my very eyes, returned to Santoria only to be greeted by a father who didn't know me. All of it was simply too much to bear. But I had Lorwyn and Kate Sith beside me. They were always there, ever willing to share my burden, and ever ready to, with a word, to lift my spirits. That's when I realized I wasn't alone, that I had friends I could depend on, who would never abandon me in my hour of need. Together we can overcome any adversity. Together we can defeat Lilith and protect our future and our loved ones. Please watch after me, Mother, Father. I promise to make you proud. Devil I just see just now. That was strange, but not unpleasant. Goes to show the longer you live, the more you get to experience. You can understand now. Some parts are sketchy, but I believe I know what it is you're fighting to save. A winsome young lady with a will of steel. Gentle yet headstrong, often misunderstood by folk. Get to know her well, though, you can't help but cherish her. I'm not sure why, but for a second there I swore it was a vision of Sir Rageles I saw. Anyhow, seeing as you got a dear friend to rescue, don't let me keep you. This old man will be cheering you on from afar. And later you'll have to kill my future self. So that'll be fun. So I already kind of mentioned the main thing this arc reminds me of Blade & Fall, which is Chain of Memories. And I don't mean that as a bad thing, it's one of the more interesting and horrific elements of that franchise. Chain of Memories has many issues, but the story axis was never one of them. Moment. God damn it, I'm an idiot. Whatever. It is nice to see what was happening while we were off doing other things. There's actually a term for that. I forget what it is. It's like crack filling, right? Later on, you start to see story beats that you didn't see the first time around because it was happening off camera. It's actually really rare that fiction uses that strategy, which is strange because I feel like there's a lot of potential there. I suppose it does take some careful crafting, though, because you have to write those scenes in advance. I don't know. Yeah. That's a very fundamental answer, Push-Ups. So, to answer it, you have to understand that Square has always been graphics-focused more than anything else. More than gameplay, more than story. Square has been graphics junkies for their entire existence. Going back to the early 80s, right? Hang on one second. Southern... There we go. Yeah, Square is actually pretty similar to George Lucas, with all the problems that entails. So, as a consequence, when the big decision was made between whether or not they should focus on... Sorry, when Nintendo and... Well, okay. Nintendo was working on something that you've probably heard of. It was called the Nintendo PlayStation. And it was going to be a disc-based system, and it was going to be cool, and everything was cool. And then some politics and some backroom deals happened, I think. I'm not 100% sure about that. And instead of pivoting to making that, they just pivoted to something else, and there was this whole thing, and they completely crapped the bed. As a result, the Nintendo PlayStation quickly became the Sony PlayStation. And a lot of developers who really wanted to use those big, juicy discs with all their extra space, yes, Mr. Ed, switched over to Sony and to the PlayStation to make their games. Square was just another one of them. Because Square really, really wanted to do their big CGI cutscenes. Now, that's the funny thing about FF7, because that's it. That's the only reason. The CGI cutscenes were the enormous quantity of the space on those discs. I don't remember the number, but it's like 80%, I want to say, of the space, like of the size of FF7, is just the cutscenes, is just the CGI cutscenes. It's a huge chunk. So they needed these CDs because they care about graphics. Do you remember any of the adverts for FF7? The magazine spreads, you know, stuff like that. Because there's one recurring trend you'll notice in all of them. It's that none of them shows gameplay. They all show a snippet from one of those CGI cutscenes. So, that was their big push. That's what they wanted. They needed the CDs to show this off, so they went with the Sony. Hello, dress girl. I like your dress. It's very dressy. You okay? Are you okay? You okay? You okay? Oh, gosh. Hang on, hang on. You hit it pretty hard. Come here, come here. Come here, come here. Okay, I'm leaving it alone. I don't see a splinter, though, so I think you're okay. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I'm gonna rub it for a bit, okay? It was an accident. I'm sorry. I'll let you go. You don't have to be here. Hey.
The tooth got wigglier.
Oh, good. Hypothetically.
I hope it comes out today.
Good. You feeling a little better?
It feels like there's a little bit of blood.
Yeah, let me see. Open a little bit more. I don't see much blood. It looks like there's some on the inside. That's probably blood. It is noticeably wiggly, though.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Those Frankie's over there.
Yes, you may.
But
But then you gotta go, okay?
I can't
I
have
know.
one.
I'm sorry.
But I can't have M&M.
That's true. I will give you... I don't know, is there any? Do you see it?
It's just a little. No.
I'm not sure. Wait, hang on.
Wait, there's some dark orange ones.
Yeah, here's an orange one right there. I think. That's a pink one. I think we're out of orange ones. I think it's all of them. Wait, I'm wrong. Here you go. Last orange one. The very last one. Do you want the lemon one or the chocolate one?
Lemon.
Okay.
Poke its arm off. Boink. Because it's already tracking it.
2 more. There you go. Now, Scooch, girls. I am in the middle of week. Scooch. Scooch. Scooch.
Here, go across the glass.
Oh, I'm leaving. See you. Junction. Yeah, I was in the same boat, Blade of all. No, yeah, the FMVs and FF7 also look like crap. I've said this before and I'll say this again. I went from games like Yoshi's Island, Final Fantasy VI, Secret of Mana, you know, to Mario 64 and Final Fantasy VII. That was such a huge step down for me. Like, I remember everyone's like, oh my god, it's so amazing. And I'm like, why? It looks like crap. Hi, Evo. Good morning. It was 3D! Yeah, it was a screenshot of a 3D render. The eldest is at her dad's for the summer, Ross, that's why. Having said that, the eldest has never been really into sweets. I'll do it later, push-ups. But yes, just for you. I mean, I would argue that the reason the plate drop worked so well was because of direction and design. And I'm probably right about that. There's a lot of really good sound design, for example, in that exact cutscene. It's also really short to its favor. One of the immediate comparisons I've made where FF7 was just flat superior to FF7R1 is the Platefall. In FF7R1, there's this big, action-y music. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. And it's super over the top, and there's this giant explosion, and they barely make it out in time, and it's way overdone. It is cheap action film in a bad way. The original starts off with the plate starting to fall. Then it cuts to a shot of an interior of a house below the plate of someone watching TV. And the person on the TV is just talking, and then very suddenly looks up like this for like half a second, and then the TV cuts off. And in the background, through the window, you can see the plate slowly coming down. There's a cut-off scream as it falls. It's very well done. That I agree with, push-ups. I mean, if you think about it, FF7 in general is kind of horror-coded. It was a bit of an experiment for them at the time, and it's something that I think worked out really well. Apparently, Monbro actually was one of the doctors who was trying to save Radulise back in the day. Wish to cure a friend of the same affliction. Much time has passed since the war's end. Yet modern medicine is no close to finding a cure for that malady. Yeah, it's because it's literally a curse. They're marked by Odin, dude. I love how he just literally just said, a supposition, however, crossed my mind a number of times. What if this affliction wasn't a simple illness of the flesh, but in something spawned of sorcery? A curse, as it were. Boy, that'd be a thing, wouldn't it? Am I any close to beating the game? So the technical answer to that will always be yes. Hi, Otherworld Nebula. Every step I take is another step that I'm closer to beating the game. Inch by screaming inch. That would actually be really funny playthrough. But unfortunately, I can't defeat Odin 13 times or whatever. Oh, 100%, Mr. Red. If I might be so bold... That's true, Pellissisto. That's true. Misunderstanding FF7 has been the problem of both fans and developers for years. Decades, actually, at this point. Like, anybody who followed the FF7s knows that pretty much every FF7 work after FF7 was much more anime. I mean, Dirge Cerberus, for God's sakes. I'm not here to speak of quality, that's neither here nor there. The tone of Dirge is way more anime. And yeah, Advent Children, which is insanely over the top. Then we also had Before Crisis and the other one I can never think of the name of, even though I've actually streamed it. The one about Zack. Crisis Core. There we go. It's always something Crisis with FF7. God. Complete Compendium of Curses. Curses and the defense and treatment thereof. Take a Philosopher's Stone and spring unto a spring favored by pixie kind. Immerse it in the night in the pure cleansing waters. Thus does it the Philosopher's Stone assume counter curse properties. Now, I actually have a theory. Oh God, no, Ross, no. I think that the biggest contributor to the misunderstanding of FF7 is from Kingdom Hearts. No, I'm being completely sincere. Hang on one second. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm referencing, Pillars of Snow. It's actually a twofer. First of all, Cloud was coded as Vincent, which he isn't, and is very anime, both in approach and style. And second of all, Kingdom Hearts was wildly successful across a huge number of markets. So all of a sudden, and this is true, Kingdom Hearts led to an increase in sales of FF7. There's the Colbert bump, I think is what they call that. But, yeah, so a lot of people saw FF7 as cool and edgy and anime. And, well, here we are. It's telling that FF7 and FF6 are probably the closest to each other in terms of the Final Fantasy series. While there are some superficial differences, the core of both games is actually quite similar. To both's benefit, in my opinion. I mean, hell, everyone talks about the usefulness of combining and like the combo stuff with Materia. A lot of people forget that Materia was also stat affecting. That you could design your build just based on stats, just by equipping Materia. Which, if that sounds familiar, that's what they did with Magicite. Although, in a different way. Exactly, Blake Taval. Okay, so I need an auction house, apparently. And I only know where one auction house is off the top of my head. So I'm going to go there. I need a Philosopher's Stone. What's interesting is usually these guides say, hey, here's where you get such and such, or you need this for later. But no, apparently I just need a Philosopher's Stone out of nowhere. A little independent research has confirmed that I can just buy one on the auction house. No, I'm pretty sure most people did push-ups. I mean, you know me, I don't even like the ending of FF7. Oh. Hang on. So this is under... Materials. Let's see, materials, there it is. Alchemy 1. There it is. Okay. Do I like the FF6 ending? So, if I were to rate the FF endings side by side, honestly, most FF endings aren't that great. Like, 1's is actively bad, as I've already shown. 2's is actively bad. 3's, I think, will be fine when we get there. 4's is good. I like 4's. 7's I don't like. 8's is actually pretty decent, believe it or not. Yes, I do, Mr. Red. I see it. 8's is pretty decent. 9's I like 9's ending. 10's ending is mostly good. It just has one stutter in the middle of it, but otherwise 10's is really good. 10-2's is actually pretty good too. With a stutter. Same exact stutter even. That's the funny part. 12's ending is fine. 13's ending sucks. 13-2's ending sucks. 13-3's ending sucks. 15's ending is terrible. 16's ending I don't like. Now you notice there's 3 I skipped over there. Well, 2 I skipped over because I already mentioned 4. 4, 5, and 6, in my opinion, are the ones with the good endings. 4 is a very, like, classical ending. It's pretty much exactly what you picture when you picture RPG ending, but it's still good. 5's is also really solid for what it is. And 6's is the best ending in the Final Fantasy series. Tactics isn't a Final Fantasy game. I don't know what you want from me. It's Tactics. It's an ogre battle game. What do you want from me? Where am I going? Oh, I'm an idiot. Dissidia and Dissidia Duodecim. Anyways, 6 has the best ending in the Final Fantasy series. It is... It manages to be multiple different types of good endings simultaneously. And that's more impressive than it sounds. Which one's the worst? Let me circle back to that, because I want to remember what Tactics' ending is. I don't like Tactics' outro at all, but I don't remember if I like the ending. Give me a sec. North? No. This one. So let's see. So we beat Twitface, and then Delita's thing happens, and then we see the chick. I mean, Tactics ending is fine. I would probably give it a neutral if I was reviewing it, just off the top of my head. Right, and we've got to go all the way around. Of course we do. It's in the colors. The fact that I said 10 and 10-2 have the exact same stutter should probably give it away. But I'll go ahead and say it because it's pretty easy. It's when someone is speechifying in the Blitzball stadium. Both 10 and 10-2 have a part of their ending where someone gives a speech in that stadium. Both of them suck. However, both of them also have a good ending other than that scene. It's kind of funny. Yeah, by the way, for those who know, we're going to have to make this exact same trip again in a minute here. And by in a minute, I mean... looks like about 20 minutes. That's true, Blades of All. And yeah, That definitely says something. So worst FF ending. Let me think about that for a minute. Hi, Zar. Yes, it should have, Ross. You'll notice that if it ends with the high five, it skips the stutter. Even if I include 1 and 2, which, to be clear, I don't like the endings of FF1 or FF2, I still don't think they're as bad as the worst. What I'm torn between is 16 and 13.3. And what's funny is both are kind of for the same reason. I think I'm going to go with 13.3. It's not even really a spoiler to point out that 13.3's ending involves the main character becoming the goddess of all of creation and rewriting reality to turn it into real-life Earth. And as I've pointed out several times, the "it was Earth all along" or "it turns into Earth" thing is weirdly common in Japanese media, especially amongst RPGs. It is a common recurring trend. I don't actually know why. I suppose it could be trying to riff off of the Lord of the Rings thing. Or maybe it's just the desire to create the video game as a mythos for real life thing. I don't know. But it is a weirdly common thing. Even I'm not going to name any examples because a lot of those are spoilers. But there's some weird examples of that across Japanese media, especially video games. So yeah, I think I'm going to go 13.3s as the worst, by far. Like, even if we ignore the France thing for a second, the main character becoming God, capital G God, and just rewriting reality. You've kind of lost me, you know? Okay, hang on. I mean, FF15's entire story is a tale. The FF15 ending is also not particularly good. The Type Zero's entire outro is awful, which is funny, because most of Type Zero's story is actually pretty solid. So, yeah, let's go play some ESO. Yes, really. I'm gonna get set up for the walk back first, but... It is 1,400 hours right now. Nope. Zone out. And wait a day. Remember, all of these involve zoning. Because, we've talked about this, because of how the scripts work in this game. You gotta zone to reload the new scripts. See, I get to do this entire trip again, by the way. That's... we'll try it, Blitwell. Where's the book? Where's the book? Yeah, the book. There it is. Arden's a great villain. Although a lot of that is due to the actor, if I'm being blunt. It's here. Hi, Talmarid. You ready for some ESO? Yeah, if I'm being honest, I think we're actually at the point where most FF endings are bad. At the very least, net negative bad, right? 1, 2, 7. Skip forward a little bit. 13, 13, 2, 13, 3, 15s, 16s. No, Bahamut's the real villain, but, you know. Where was that jackass? Oh, God, I don't remember. Where are you? Way down there. I mean, I've said for years that the only reason anybody even remembers Darth Malak is because of the voice actor. I still think that, to this very day. Oh, right, FF7R1's ending is terrible! It might actually surpass 13.3's ending. I'm not joking. Okay. That did give me a chuckle, Villages now. I'll give you that one. No, I muted everything because I was watching a YouTube video. I'm not foolish enough to play a YouTube video on camera without muting everything. I didn't just start streaming yesterday. Handsome Jack's another good example of that. The whole presentation thing. Just the shadowy void. Hey, look, it's the last Elder Scrolls game. Did you hear they've actually fired even more people working on this game since the initial firing? Isn't that great? You remember that they're also planning to fire another 2,000-ish people over the coming months?
The Silt Strider suffer.
I almost feel silly. Like, it's the millionaire statistic quote all over again, isn't it? It feels so silly to say, yeah, they're just casually firing a couple thousand people. Who's going to maintain the games? I don't think you understand how this works, Sar. Then again, I'm not sure they understand how this works.
Word of advice.
Why are we fighting crocodiles? These poor crocodiles. Wow, that skill sucks. I'm never using that again, Blade Taval. I'm sorry. Let me fix that real quick here. What did I have instead? Where is it? 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 Ah! There it is. There we go. I don't know where I'm going. Oh god, I don't know where I'm going. I haven't done this dungeon. This is a new one for me. Although I'm not sure how you tell the difference. They all look the same.
Have you come to meddle as well? I could always use more corpses.
What? Yeah, we've had Dark Sewers, Dark Cave, and Ancient Ruins so far. Without hyperbole, every single dungeon I've done since I've started leveling has been one of those.
Tormented souls of the dead arise and kill these interlopers.
Is that Matt Mercer? I have no idea, Mr. Red. I don't even know how to tell. I hit random, because random gives experience.
Tormented souls of the dead arise and kill these interlopers.
No, you are absolutely correct, Blade Duvall. And, I mean, I do have enough of ability to tell which one I'm in, just because of the layout and whatnot, but still,
You got here just in time.
I couldn't tell you anything about where I am or what I'm doing here. There's Necromancers, which, once again, does not narrow it down as much as you'd think. Whoop, hello. Already on the next boss. Okay, I can accept that.
I need healing!
Burn it!
Ah, being stunned. What's funny is I remember doing several dungeons back in the day when we were playing this, you know, more legitimately. It was not this pace at all. Hi, Linareth.
Allow you to muck about in here. Know that it was Lorraine Belenguer who ended your life.
Sure thing, Stu Blum. Oh yeah, I wanted to try this out. Or I could get knocked over. That's great. Oh, whatever.
Who are you?
Yeah, I'm actually with Bregman, though.
You must be the ones who helped Leanne and it.
This is actually a problem FF14 has as well that I don't mind.
Let's move.
Because, honestly, I'm just here to level. I don't care about this dungeon, to be quite frank. And when I don't care about the dungeon, I kind of want to get it over with as quickly as possible.
I need aid!
You know? I actually rather like the gameplay of ESO. My biggest complaint about ESO's gameplay is and always has been the fact that it's kind of static, I think is the word I want to use.
Light it up!
It actually has the same exact problem Guild Wars 2 does, I would say.
Charge!
I'm just following this dude at this point. I do not know where I'm going. Following the werewolf. I mean, yeah, exactly, Dr. Winter. Don't mistake me. I enjoy being able to take my time in a dungeon and enjoy it. I do. I'm not here for that. I'm here to level. Routine is a good word for it. Calling it bad is inaccurate. I mean, especially going immediately from FF11 to this, right? Come on. Do you notice it teleports me to the boss whenever the boss is aggroed? I rather like that feature, too. Come on. Come on. There we go. She lost her. I still can't actually use my abilities. I've been trying to slot my werewolf ability for several days now, and I have not succeeded in doing so. I wonder. Yeah, my basic attacks hit pretty hard, and leave a bleed, and I'm a werewolf. Which means I am faster and hit faster and just, yeah. Werewolf is actually pretty solid nowadays. Lame. I'm ready, Blade Taval. I'm ready. I'm ready for the dumb. Like, we were talking about the interface of this game just, I think, yesterday. It's bad in the sense that it's unintuitive, but it's also good in the sense that it's self-cohesive, if that makes sense. In other words, once you slot yourself into understanding how the interface works, it's all smooth and like, understandable.
Eileen, no!
Master Pellinger, our investigator. The Pellingers are one of the most...
Why did you do this?
Wow. Okay, leave... Ding. Speaking of which, so Lunareth asked, why am I leveling? The easy and most and obvious answer is I just kind of want to lock it in so I can smash through the game as quickly as possible. I don't think it's really necessary. Most of the game scales, and I've had no issue with anything so far. Even when I have to actually try, which, if I'll be honest, is not often. I don't like having this here. I don't think it's working. Let's put the stun there. It's a stamina ability. That should do some decent damage. I think I'll leave the rest for now. Yep, I'm going to set Sun to stun. Oh, hey, Pounce is ready to be mutated, even though I've never used it. Yes, I am a Lizard Templar Werewolf. Probably Blade Taval. What do we got? Deals additional damage to AoE. Restore stamina and trigger fury generation when dealing damage with either form of the ability. What do you think, Blade Taval? For our werewolf ability, which I haven't even slotted yet. I haven't played a caster, but I will. Mr. Red is going to play... Oh, wait, no, Mr. Red gave up on everything. That's right. I'm going to probably play a Necro then. Brutal Pounce or Feral Pounce? Amusingly enough, it's mostly my class, so occupation. So I just read this. So either additional AoE damage from the Pounce, or restore stamina and trigger Fury generation. Whoa. Alright, let's do it. Now I'm gonna roam out into the wilds here. What? Yeah, don't care. Nobody cares. Well, that's good. I got a moment to go kill things. You die. I'm a werewolf! Alright, hang on. Quickly. While I'm a werewolf. Drag that onto the bar. Oh no! It won't let me! Why won't it let me? No! It didn't let me! No! Okay, quickly. There we go. Woo! I need to hit werewolf rank 9. I need to kill more stuff as a werewolf so I can level it up. What I need to do is I need to start popping werewolf the moment we do a dungeon so I can start getting kills so I can start leveling werewolf. And I can eat all these crabs. I'm tasty crabs. Just gotta avoid town. Come on, surely there's something out here I can eat. You are food. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny how smooth ESO is considering how old it is. But again, it's more of an Elder Scrolls game than an MMO. I think that explains it. Most MMOs have a stiffness to them. So. Ah. And we're here. Let's sell everything. Yeah, me too, Blade Duval. I'll talk more about this when we get there, but I made 2 attempts to play ESO. One was at beta. It sucked. There's no nice way to put that. ESO was a joke in beta. The other was when Vvardenfell was new. Like, it had just come out. The Clockwork City was not out yet, to give that a timeline. I don't care about any of this gear. Yeah, no. Skyrim is such a weird game. I was actually thinking just this morning, if games deserve positives for things that we either know or highly suspect are on accident. The answer I came up with was yes, accidentally good is still good, the same way accidentally bad is still bad. Which brings me neatly to Skyrim, and honestly any Elder Scrolls game. I'm pretty sure at this point that every Elder Scrolls game that they've ever made was... All the good parts were stuff they basically stumbled into, right? Like, hey, bumble, oh, this is interesting. And again, Skyrim's a perfect example of that. I've used Skyrim as an example of a first game many times, and I stand by that. I have not seen anything to change my mind on that. Looks like 15 minutes left. Yes, Otherworld Nebula. And I'm going to murder them for it. Interesting, Blade Duval. That had to have been before I played. I don't think Skyrim's a great game. In fact, I don't even like Skyrim that much. It's a little bit too simple for me. There's just not a lot of meat on its bones, right? But that does make it perfect for someone who has never played a video game before. That and its relative ease of access and the relatively easy way in which you can play it and blah, 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 right? It is not hard, starting with nothing, to just sit down and play Skyrim right now. And yeah, Skyrim obviously has mod potential, and once you get into it, you can try to figure out if you want to do anything more with it, or try something a little bit with a little more meat on its bones, or whatever. But the point is, Skyrim can be a great gateway game. Again, a first game. I shouldn't use that terminology, because I use that to define something else, but you know what I mean. A game for someone who does not play video games, or has not played video games. We'll see how it reviews someday, Killing You. I am looking forward to that review. Because I'm going to be quite merciless when it comes to several aspects of that game. Because I've already put a lot of thought into it. However, there are some surprisingly good design decisions in Skyrim. Again, I suspect most of them are on accident. But they're there. They still get credit for it. No, the biggest thing that will drag Skyrim's score down is very simple. It is the content. And not counting the DLCs, almost every quest in Skyrim sucks. On one axis or both. And that's just how that is. Yeah, dungeon design is surprisingly solid. Enemy design is more interesting than the usual. They actually have a couple of bosses, which isn't saying much, but it does put it ahead of the pack. It has the best in-game console of any of those games, with the possible exception of Starfield. Yeah, I know, weird pick, right? The dragon fight is going to be one of those things where it's going to get probably A positive, possibly 2. And then quite a few negatives. My favorite example of how Skyrim's quests suck, my opinion of course, is the Thieves Guild change. I actually talked about that during the lore run. Because one of the most common things I've heard over the years is that the Thieves Guild is the one, quest chain that's actually good. If you enjoy that chain, no judgment. That's not what I'm here to do. But that chain is objectively bad. Like, it is objectively badly written. And I have proven that. On camera, already. It is shocking how little attention the writer was paying to his own story. Okay. We can go back to playing the video game that we're currently playing. Actually timed that pretty well. Yep, in 7 negatives, we will have passed FF14's negatives. Robert. Most people I know, I've heard a lot of varying opinions on Skyrim over the years. Most people I know dislike Winterhold. I'd have to think about it if I think that's the worst, but it is definitely in the running. Having said that, I think having thought about that for 10 seconds, I can think of one story arc that I think is actually worse, just story-wise, that is actually worse than Winterhold in Skyrim. And that is the MSQ. Now, anybody who knows me knows... Yeah, no kidding, Killing You. Anybody who knows me knows that I'm not as stringent strict on the MSQ as some people are. I don't mind a game with a relatively weak MSQ if the rest of its story is really solid. But Jesus Christ, Skyrim. Yeah, there are two huge sins I could lay at the feet of Skyrim's MSQ. It is boring, and it is enormous. It is a gargantuanly huge quest chain. Which I wouldn't mind, if not for the former. So they kind of, they multiply each other, right? I will also admit I do not like the fact that Skyrim does not have spellcrafting. In fact, I will go so far as to say that I think Skyrim's magic system in general sucks. What's really strange is I actually like the idea of the channeled spells. I do. But every spell, every single other spell that does not channel something, kind of sucks, in my opinion, in Skyrim. And yeah, the dual hand thing was a decision. That's the word I'm going to use there. I do like crafting in Skyrim. Not just because it's overpowered, but because it's worthwhile, even if you're not trying to be overpowered. Even if you're just screwing around with making your own armor, or weapons, or enchants, or potions, or whatever, like, it is still worth doing. It's also a good dump of resources. So, worthwhile, and a good reward loop for actually going and exploring and looting stuff. Yeah, I'm with that. Skyrim or Inquisition? Oh. Keeping in mind I have not reviewed Skyrim. I've played it several times. I've even streamed it twice. Which do I prefer? Let me chew on that for a second. Now I go to Rostignia. Sorry, Hearth. Of course I do. Okay, so this is going to be a weird answer. Because, yeah, first of all, let's get this out of the way. Let's assume you don't have to do everything. In both games, by the way. Because a lot of Skyrim side stuff sucks. And most of Inquisition's side stuff sucks. So if you eject both of those from the equation, both games improve substantially. So let's assume that proviso. Yeah. MSQ and Prime Opt. In that case, my answer is actually still split. I prefer the story of Inquisition by quite a margin, actually. But I prefer the gameplay of Skyrim. I've never really liked Inquisition's gameplay, even if you just trim all the fat off of it. It is not necessarily the game's fault, as we've discussed extensively. But dealing with Frostbite and the severe limitations that puts on the game just drags the whole experience down for me. Wait, here? Oh, right, he's over here, I think. No, he's like right here. What the hell? I mean, name a really great Skyrim character. Not counting the DLCs. Oh, it's in the past. God damn it. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I was going to say, the number of memorable characters in Skyrim is unfortunately low. Elder Scrolls has rarely been a character-focused piece, so that kind of makes sense. Yeah, I would agree. Cicero is memorable, Parthenax is memorable. And not just because he's voiced by Mario. I can't even remember his name, but the jackass who's in charge of the rebellion is at least memorable. I realize that that's funny saying that because I can't even think of his damn name. Ulfric, thank you. Brought medicine to give to Sir Regiles. He's in the middle of convalescence. I have strict orders not to disturb his rest. But this medicine might cure him. I beg you, sir, please. Orders are orders. I must ask you to remove... What's the source of this commotion? For a moment I thought the pigmen had yet again breached our walls. Apologies, this last demands to see Sir Regiles and being most stubborn about it. Well, if it isn't Lillicet who fought beside us in Laval, I'd not imagine the pleasure of seeing you so soon. Pleasure's all mine, sir. This young lady has a dear friend of Sir Regiles. He would be all the better for her visit, I promise you. Allow her to pass. I've been told that Portia, too, has recently arrived to give comfort to our recuperating friend. Just times like these, I wish I took to that battle wound. Off you go, then. I would not want Tullius's job. Nobody sane would want Tullius's job. Please, Sir Regiles, drink this. It's an infusion, one that might heal your affliction. Please, you must try it. What was the orphan lady? Grillad the Kind. Yep, didn't work. Of course it didn't. He's still cursed. And this is a memory. Thanks, Lillicet. The knowledge that your thoughts are with me lends me strength. Rest assured, a little scratch such as this shall not bedevil me long. And she goes to hug her mother. How did I free the mom from her affliction of being stupid evil? Well, she joined the enemy's side. No, a second time. As I was saying, only those with pertinent documentation may pass. That medicine. Mayhap I can keep it in your stead. Sir Regiles, I fear, will be absent for some time. Upon his return, I will see to it delivered to his hands. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to play a game while I'm doing another boring thing here. I'm going to try to figure out... I need several things here. Hang on. Do I have any of this? I don't think I do. Nope. Okay. To the auction house. So I'm going to try to point to every character I think is actually memorable in Skyrim. Okay, so Evil Matron Lady, I already mentioned her. Mafia Don Lady. Idiot Twitface, that's the Thieves Guild. The Jarl. The Jarl. Of, I think, Winterholm. Whatever. The only well-designed city in the game. White Run, excuse me. I'm not going to have any of these names. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Let's see. I already mentioned General Tullius. They're sworn to carry our burdens. This is also the only attractive woman of the game. That's part of the Fighters Guild quest. I think I've married her, like, every time I've actually married anybody in that game, because she's the only attractive woman in the whole game. Let's see. Obviously Parthenax. That's a gimme. But also the head monk dude. The woman with the Dark Brotherhood, the Emperor, consequently. The High Elf from Oblivion, who was researching Nirnru. And that's officially all I've got. That's everything. Alright, how do I get these things? No, go ahead and ask me, Zara. Might as well. I'm just running around right now. Oh! I just thought of another character. There's this asshole in the starter city that I can't think of the name of already. Even though you literally just told me. Winter something. And asshole, I've actually made this a habit. Every time I play the game and do the Fighters Guild chain, there's a moment where you're turned into a werewolf. And you... Sorry, spoilers. And you can kill whoever you want to, for free. There's no penalty for it, right? Like, the game suspends criminal acts while you're doing that one particular quest. So every single time I have played the game and replayed the game, I've made it a point to beeline to that man and murder him, so he will shut the hell up! This is not a joke. I'm pretty sure I did this on camera last time, too. I plan to do it again when I review the game. Like, screw that town. Or rather, screw that guy. I like that town, is what I meant to say. But screw that guy. J8. Oh yeah, I guess there's also the Redguard guy. I've actually talked about that quest several times, because that's a really, really strange example of a retcon quest. Like, you don't see that kind of thing very often. In other words, no matter what choice you pick, you're correct. Where? Or wrong, as the case may be. Is this the place? Can't be. Has to be the next one. Whoa, that was strange. I'm looking for a woman named Amalasanda. Who is it? J8. Which means she's probably in one of these places. It's I8, so I need to go, like, up and over. It's gotta be through one of these doors. Like, it literally has to be. It's off the map, otherwise. I don't even know what that trailer is off the top of my head, so. But if you're rooting for the bad guy, then I'm afraid we're gonna have to cut you down, Czar. Nothing personal. Yeah, she's right there. Where the hell is that? Like, it's off the map. Quite literally. We'll try the Tinshoto. Because that's... I don't have any other ideas right now. Hi, Loner. Aha! Okay, I need rice vinegar. Okay. Ground wasabi. Holy basil. Okay. That does make me wonder, Czar. One of the things that ESO bungled at... See you around, Evo. I do hope your trip goes smoothly. And you get to draw while you're there. ESO at launch was very PvP focused. Which I know sounds funny if you've played ESO at any point in time after launch. So, yeah, a lot of the initial marketing, a lot of the initial trailers and stuff are all focused on the battle, the war, the PvP, the three factions. This is what you want, right? This is what people like. Oh, it's not what people want and it's not selling. Shoot. Okay. Quests. Quests. Here, have some quests. I mean, without hyperbole, what actually happened... So I've talked about this before. ESO did have some influence from Bethesda until it was spooled off into its own studio and did its own thing. a lot of that PvP focused stuff was when it was under Bethesda's wing. Now, good, bad, or in between, that's not for me to decide. I won't even be touching the PvP. But I do find that interesting. Bethesda seems to like to give weird mandates to online games. For example, one I can actually talk about with greater depth. It's funny, I know more about Fallout 76 than ESO. Fallout 76 had a big Bethesda mandate, and back when Bethesda was actually working on it, they were really focused on the no NPCs thing. They had no idea what they were doing, to summarize. Let's just get that out of the way. But the overwhelming mandate was no NPCs. It needs to be a world filled with players. That was a dumb mandate and ran into walls immediately. There's a reason it was one of the first things they undid once Fallout 76 was handed off to a real studio. Lilith, what are you doing? Are you still going on about that? Doesn't it bother you that something unsavory might develop between those two? Well, Of course it bothers you. That's why we're doing this. Come on, we're almost there. Look, I'm just calling him like I'm seeing him, Bragwin. Quite frankly, I don't think Bethesda's been a real studio since Skyrim. It does Von Falkenstein, and I will agree with that because I've played through a decent chunk of the vanilla stuff. I just kind of don't care. Like, the vanilla story arc in Fallout 76 is not particularly engaging. I'll spoil the entire thing for you right now. There's some horrific, nightmarish mind hive plague thing that's spreading. Go stop it. There's a little more to it than that, but that really is it. I guess, here. No? Am I stupid? Am I dumb? Am I worthless? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, no, it's a very standard Bethesda plot. Now, Bethesda tends to coast on things like atmosphere, visual storytelling, and general presentation, all of which Fallout 76 lacked. So take your typical Bethesda plot and throw it down the toilet, and you've got Fallout 76's initial plot. It's worth noting I actually enjoyed Fallout 76 for what it's worth. I am sad that it is also probably getting the axe. Nothing much to say about that. And as much as I wouldn't mind doing an ESO run to, like, a Fallout 76 run to get that on the books as well before that gets canned. Even ESO is kind of stretching me a little bit, you know what I mean? So... where am I going? One moment, please. Oh my god, soda booze. That just sounds like the booze, you know, in Mario. Except they're made of soda for some reason. Okay. Where the hell am I? So how many MMOs am I handling and rotating right now? Well, there's FF11, which I'm getting out of the way now and will never come back to. After FF11, there's ESO, which I'm already actively doing prep work for. And once that's done, I'll never touch that one again either. Guild Wars 2 is sort of stalled right now, so I'm content to just leave that one in the corner. Which leaves WoW and FF14. Now, in FF14, I'm already fully leveled and fully geared, so I'm good to go for the patch trail stream, which will be sometime later this year. I don't even know exactly when. Like fall. Maybe winter. As for WoW, we're playing Midnight, hopefully in about 2 weeks. Yeah, Evercold is next year, I thought, wasn't it? As much as I'm excited for Evercold, I'm probably not going to dealer's choice that. So that's on you guys, if you want to change your strategies for that. I see you're without your companion today. No way, you always travel alone. You partook in Operation Snowstorm, did you not? Such a promising strategy fell so spectacularly was a grave disappointment to us all. None so more than Sir Nuyuyue. Though she'll not admit it, Sir Ragelis's dismissal came as a personal blow. Yet the war rages on, concerning itself not with the matters of the heart. 'Tis all we can do to stay true to our objectives. Mizukime, 'tis I. I require a batch of Marshall rice balls. Post haste. 'Tis highly uncharacteristic of the captain not to strike out amply supplied. Truly the matter of Sir Ragelis must weigh heavily on her mind. We of the Knights of the Red Rose never leave base without rice balls. 'Twould be no exaggeration to call them the beating heart of our rations. A specially prepared hot relish puts a fire in one's belly, granting the resilience of 1,000 thorned roses. This recalls to mind the time she sent for additional rice balls early in the war. Oh no, we're out of relish. Lore, can you go make relish? Sure. Did I have to come all the way out here to know that I have to go make relish? Well, I don't want to get my hopes up, to be quite honest, Mr. Red. But the truth is, I really don't know how long Adeline is going to be, and I don't know how long Rhapsody is going to be. In fact, I would love... I'm going to do this. I'm going to figure out how much time I've spent on any given expansion at some point. Because I have a feeling the time on that is going to be relevant. It's not going to be part of the equation. I'm not doing a bronze number. I'm just curious, right? I have a feeling Vanilla is going to be the chonker, because of the Three Nations. But I think Wings is going to be the number 2 slot. Well, like I said, we're getting through Wings today. I don't even give a crap. We're getting through Wings today. Ignore the fact that I've been doing a single quest for the last 2.5 hours. Literally, I've been doing one quest for 2.5 hours. God, you've got to be kidding me. I just noticed what the next step of this quest is. So you know how every now and again we have to go all the way across that stupid area to reach Juno? And there's no teleport spot anywhere near Juno? Yeah, so that's what we just did, was we went out to Juno to find out that we need the relish. After we get the relish, we're going to have to go back out to Juno to give it to them. Not that this is comparable, but I just want to share an anecdote. In Cataclysm, WoW came up with this brand new concept. It was actually new tech at the time. It was the ability to turn in a quest while out in the field. Let me try to explain. Let's say you get a quest from somebody who says, "Hey, go get me bear asses." So you go out and you get the bear asses, and then once you get the last bear ass, he would then call you, basically, and just like, "Hey, did you get the bear asses? Oh, you did. Good. Here's your reward. Now, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do this other thing." And then he would give you the second quest in the chain without forcing you to go back to town and, turn in again. Make sense? They actually did a few different methods of experimenting with this tech, but that kind of informed their design going forward. Because a lot of WoW quests from Cata onwards tried to reduce the backtracking. The go back to town to turn in. If you're on a chain, there's usually something that enables you to go through the chain. A very common tactic that most of you have probably seen without even really realizing is... Hang on, where am I? Oh, this is right, I think. Is when the NPC goes out with you. Like, the actual quest giver joins your party. So the turn-in is literally right next to you once you're done with the quest. No, the big thing would have been getting the relish items here, which none of us knew was coming. And I have them, obviously, because I just turned them in. I don't know what's after this. I haven't peeked ahead much. Goblins are still cool. Did I make a voice-elator for a red-headed lass who answers to the name Lilithset? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Lita's a hot goblin in high demand, you know. So many customers, it's hard to remember them all. Right. Now here's the fun part. My Hearthstone isn't up. So... I'm not sure the fastest way to get out of here. It is actually possible that the fastest route to leave is just to wait 4 minutes. Like, that might be the best option here. Let's see if it takes me 4 minutes to get over here. Keeping in mind I have to do so non-mounted, because I can't remount for another minute. Not yet. Hey! Down to 3 minutes. Hey, Zaktaft. I see you were delivering missiles to the rebel scum. This really is the FF11 experience right here. No music, no enemies to speak of, just walking from point A to point B. It's okay. The very next step is going to involve walking from point A to point B with no music while on a mount. Back in the day, I have no idea, Blade Duval. I really don't. I, honestly, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't even know that's a thing. So back in the day... Oh no, is this a one-way? Oh my god, it's a one-way. You've got to be kidding me. I can't. I'm just gonna wait 2 minutes. I'm just gonna wait 2 minutes. It's gonna be faster and less frustrating. While we're here. At least the water's kind of peaceful. It's kind of listening to it. By the way, 310, Mr. Ed, that's the golden number. When we hit 311, excuse me, negatives to gameplay, we will have won. Mr. Freeze. Sigh. Eight more. Pillars of Snow. Well, 5 more now. I actually think you're right, Blade Duval. Amusingly enough, most earlier MMOs had these kind of quests specifically for that purpose. It was not until later that they started doing larger zones specifically to pad out the experience. Of all of the many sins... of all the many things that WoW Vanilla did better, one of the greatest sins WoW Vanilla had was its zones were too large and it was too long to get everywhere. And that was on purpose. It was deliberately padding to make the game longer so people would stay subbed longer. This is not conjecture, we know this. So... yeah. Nowadays, traversal's great in WoW, but that's after years and years and years of patches and expansions. In Vanilla, getting from point A to point B in WoW Vanilla sucked, to put that as nicely as I can. Come on! No, I believe you off the deeper end. We actually had a lot of stuff to talk about early on, but then we had 2 more weeks of content to go through. There's a reason I keep thinking about taking this off camera. Just throwing in the towel, basically. Be like, yeah, alright, bye. See you guys in a week. It is a constant temptation. I mean, a little bit zacked out, but on the other hand, it'll take a very little time to bring him down. Negative to the lore runner. I accept it. I don't know what else to add to that. There's nothing for it, and we're nowhere. We're nowhere. We have so much of the game left at this point. No, negative to me, Blake Duvall. Negative to the lore runner. Not that guy. He's a dick. He apparently goes evil in the bad future. We're gonna have to kill him later. Oh, you know what? Actually, hang on, I take it back. That makes perfect sense. Joining the evil side for the drip, right? Some games should do that from a story axis. No, think about that for a second, right? Like, there's some person who's not evil. They're a decent person, but they're like, oh man, it looks so cool having a red lightsaber and shooting lightning. Oh man, sign me up. And so they go with Team Evil, and then like they have to come to grips with actually being evil or not being evil, depending on the case. Like you could take that in a lot of different directions. I've always really wanted to look cool, but I don't know. They asked me to kill 3 puppies today, and so you don't, right? You don't kill the puppies. You scratch them and you give them hugs, and then like your boss shows up. What are you doing? I'm just killing the puppies, sir. I see. Oh, I see. You're giving them food to lure them into a false sense of security, so you can horribly murder them. Carry on. Yes, of course. That's exactly what I was doing. Carry on. Yes. Don't worry, puppies. I still love you. Scooch. I've always wanted to steal that kid's ice cream. Yes. And with this power. Oh. But then the kid starts crying, and you're like, no, I'm sorry, kid. And then you buy them new ice cream. By the way, I want to make you experience something. Is that okay? Got nothing else going on right now anyways. So, hem. Oh, this is when she used the thing. Okay, I'll do this cutscene first. I require a batch of Marshall rice balls to be brought to the battalion downs without delay. Yeah, this is the one and only other time. She actually referenced this when they were out of stock, but they actually weren't. And now it's 4 minutes until I can hearth. Does this sound familiar? So, this is not a dig. Let me just start. I hate that I have to get so defensive about this game. This game, as with most games of its type, has themed music, right? Something silly's happening. Something dangerous is happening. There's a threat nearby. Run away, oh god, right? Like, there's themed songs. This is how most games like this tend to operate, right? Okay, you're with me. Cool. What you may not know is that I've been playing this game on quadruple speed, and as a consequence, I've also been leaving the audio on because it amuses me. So what it sounds like, give me a second to set this up here, is this. You start to get, like, kind of the vibe for them, even as, you know, you're going through these. This is actually a boring example of this, because this is like one extended cutscene. Of course, even when I'm trying to praise FF11, even when I'm trying to make a funny, FF11 can't help but disappoint me. Come on, game. It's been playing the same song for like 20 seconds. Which, as a reminder, is like 3 minutes. Yeah, this is mounted speed. Just know. The main advantage of mounting isn't really the speed. The speed's decent, but no. The advantage is you cannot be aggroed. Oh my god, it's still playing! Play something else! Play anything else! Anything! 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 I'm sorry, this is unreasonably angering me. I just wanted to show a funny, and the game's like, no, here's the same song. Here's the same song. Here's the same song. Still the same song, by the way. Still the same song. Still the same song. Still the same song. Jesus Christ. You have more than one song, game, I swear. I mean, I consider that shocking, Zactaft. Are you kidding me? I can't believe this. I'm transfixed now. At what point will the music change? We are now at 8 minutes of the same song. I cannot believe this. Yeah, exactly, Zactaft, which is why I'm shocked. Okay, this has to be deliberate. Hang on. Let me skip ahead an hour. Oh, it's a different song. Oh my god. Yeah, by the way, if you're wondering why I've been watching these videos at quad speed, it's because it's the only rate at which the text is barely readable. Yeah, you ever heard of fast forwarding? Where am I going? Um... I cannot believe that, though. Hang on. When do they finally leave town? Not here. Not here. Still not. Still not. Still not. Still not. Wow! It is 25 minutes of solid cutscene before the Sandoria chain leaves Sandoria. Jesus Christ. That's just cutscenes. That's just cutscenes. For those of you not aware, I've been using 2 separate playlists to judge most of this stuff. One of which is just cutscenes. The other of which is, you know, like a whole, like a walkthrough kind of a video thing. I take it back. I'm not beating Wings today. I'm still in the same fucking quest. It's been 3 fucking hours. God damn it. This is actually pissing me off. Not like jokingly pissing me off. I cannot believe I'm still in this goddamn quest. I cannot believe how aggressively, how frustratingly, how aggravatingly wasting my time this is. God, it makes me want to choke. You know the quest we're doing right now? The one we've been doing for about half an hour-ish. Yeah, this quest, what we've been doing here, is to go get memories of Lilith trying to hook up her parents in the past. I just summarized the entire quest chain. Sorry, not chain, wrong. The entire quest for you. The quest chain is us remembering memories in general. And yeah, the overwhelming bulk of what we're doing is literally walking. Using teleports and shortcuts that some of which didn't even exist when we were doing this. Or we have done things to make sure are as accessible as possible. Just to speed it up a little bit. Only our rations held out, these foul fiends would not harrow us so. In one past. The moment seizes me, I must speak my mind. Oft have I dreamed of the pleasure of your exclusive company, that we're on a peril-fraught mission certainly to stoke the fires of my... It's a strange coincidence, it's not. We should find ourselves utterly alone without a single underling in sight. Blush! Sir Agiles. Man, what's the meaning of this I mean, at whose command are you here? Bring the batch of Marshal Rice Balls, as per your request. Our request. What were our unit's words? That would be march not without Marshal Rice Balls. Does you mean to imply that I, of all people, have been remiss in keeping true to our most sacred of mottos? I would not dream of it. It's just that moments ago... What is that? Oh my god. Portia! My one true love. Come, let us join the evil one so Lore Runner can kill us later. I hope I kill them both. I hope I kill them both. In the other timeline, he died first, and then she faded after, so let's kill her first this time, to make sure he gets to watch. I brought the Marshall Rice Balls. You did request them, I hope? I make no mistake about it. I was under the impression, however, they would arrive a good deal sooner. At once were the words you used. Jesus, what is with this noise? Ah! Ah, the noise! I can't... What is with this? Oh my god! Okay, the dialogue you missed there was, forgive me, our supply of relish was exhausted. Spare me excuses. Be reminded this isn't the first time you've vexed me on matters pertaining to rice balls. What manner of punishment would be apt to mend your ways, I wonder? Punishment, mercy, please. Okay. Okay. By the way, we're not done with this stupid goddamn quest yet. This is hell. That's what this is. This is hell. I died on that car ride a couple weeks ago. And as my life force is bleeding out in the car, my brain's splattered across the windshield. I am having this extended nightmare sequence of playing FF11, and it's worse than I ever could have dreamed. Because I always knew this was going to be a thing going into it. I had no idea. I had no idea how bad this was going to be. Like this is the arrogance moment, right? This is the hubris. We thought we could control the storm. No, this is so much worse. The storm has defeated me. I lay broken, bereft of hope, bereft of light. No possibility of positivity in my future. An endless array of endless death, screaming veins of darkness directly into my soul. And you know the worst part? I still think FF2 is a worse game. I was thinking about that just last night. Right? What's worse? Boring or bad? I was thinking about that for real life reasons, but it applies to fiction as well, right? And I know a lot of people have their own opinions and perspectives on that, but honestly, especially in real life, I'll take boring over bad. Most of the bad here is just padding, right? Like that's the bad. So in other words, the bad is actually boring. There's been relatively few, like, look at the negatives. Look at the last page. I've got a whole page of negatives here from 290 to 307. Padding, 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 padding. Quest, which involves backtracking. Walkthroughitis, walkthroughitis, walkthroughitis. Padding, 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 padding. A padding, MSQ negative, which is involving going back and forth several times. And going back and forth twice. Everything I just said, every negative I just mentioned is boring. It is empty. It is vacuous. It is just going from point A to point B in the most arduously frustrating way possible. FF2 is bad. On the NES. Sorry. I need to keep making that distinction. FF2 NES, the one we just played, is bad. That's not boring. That's awful. Just playing that game is misery. Just controlling that game is misery. just... God damn it. Fine. I'll talk to an NPC to leave a zone. Why? I don't know. You don't have to talk to an NPC to enter a zone. And watching a cutscene, of course. Why? I mean, I know the answer. It's because they wanted to show that all the towns are super on the defensive. That's why when you go back into the town, there's no gate in the way. Why is there a gate on the way out? That's the closest I've come to Alt F4 in this game. I'm not saying that to joke, I'm just... That is the closest I've come to just straight up Alt F4 and walking away from it. Is this quest chain right here. I have spent most of my day trying to gather the memory pieces of Illicet so I could get on with the goddamn quests. Of course. No, I'm gonna spend my lunch break watching FF11. Seriously, play Turbo? Lilith came here wanting to be a mercenary. She said, no, you gotta prove yourself. So she gave her a quest to give her a chance to prove herself. There's the cutscene I just raced through. What day? Oh, it's 6:40. I got time. I got tons of time. Okay. Oh my god, I have to hit all 3 towers? Why? Why? By the way, for those of you who don't remember, this was one of the first Windurst quest chain, Windurst chain quests. Right? You had to go and you had to hit these 3 stupid towers in Saruta Baruta. Is the name of the stupid desert. Yeah, in Bastok, there's these rations, and you had to go get some intelligence support. It was the whole thing. I don't actually know what Sandori is yet. I'm not there yet. I spent my entire night watching the Bastok chain. Okay. Oh, for Christ's sake. Come on, man. So here's a random-ass question. For those of you who have not played this game, I got a question for you. how do you think auto run works in this game? And you know that the mere fact that I'm asking it means it doesn't work like auto run works. So the question is, how does it work? No, there's an auto run. Here, I can prove it. Here, watch, see? No controls. Page up and page down at the same time. So I'll of course tell you how it works on a controller. I believe it works the same general way. In general. Why does this cutscene exist? No, seriously, I'm going to read all the dialogue that she just said. So this is where all the magic towers are found. And all I'm required to do is mend the cracks using the putty. Then she stares at it for a second, then she says, well, that was a piece of cake. I didn't even break a single bait of sweat. Why does that cutscene exist? What is conveyed by that cutscene? Why is it there? Literally, when I went and interacted with the thing, there was a text box that popped up that said, this has already been mended by the putty. Ergo, we already know that she did it. So then a cutscene shows up which conveys nothing so that we can repeat the information, I guess? I don't even know what this is at this point. I don't understand this anymore. I think I'm turning into Lilith at this point, because this is just so nonsensical. There's no flavor here. There's no characterization, there's no flavor, there's no development, there's nothing. Nothing is being accomplished. The way you auto-run is you have to already be moving forwards. If you're already moving forwards, you tap the auto-run button, and then it keeps moving forwards. Now, that's fine. It's a little unintuitive, but it's something you kind of get used to after a while. That's not the bad part. While auto-running, which I'm doing it right now, see? You have a turn radius. It's about like this. You see that? I cannot turn on a dime. In fact, if you've been paying any kind of attention this entire time, you've probably seen moments where I'm like, oh, I gotta go up here. And I just kind of slowly turned into it. For whatever reason, you gain a turn radius when you're auto-running. If you're not aware, this is the turn radius when you're not. I can just instantly turn around. As with so many other things, and Blake Javel hit the nail on the head like a week and a half ago. It could be worse. It could be worse. But what I don't understand is why there's a turn radius. Okay, so she applies the putty. One thing's for certain. Oh God, the desert's vastness is not to be mocked. To think about it, though, isn't this more akin to household drudgery than a test of fighting prowess? If only Lore was here to share the workload, we'd be finished and sipping Winterstian tea by now. But then again, that would defeat the purpose. Can't wait to see the surprised look on his face when he sees me lined up amongst the Cobras. Just a little further and I'll be home for it. So, okay, to continue my point, that cutscene served a purpose. Something was being conveyed. The fact that she obviously cared enough about us in order to go bother doing this other little side thing as a way to surprise us. Point and purpose. Cool. I'm with that. Yeah, it's even, there's even like a bit of a looks up to us kind of a thing. Oh yeah, by the way, sorry, I didn't convey this. I apologize. Mea culpa. So there's 3 versions of this quest, depending on which nation state you picked. That's why we're redoing the first Windhurst quest, is because we went with Windhurst. If we were any of the others, we'd be redoing that quest. it means we're still repeating the same exact quest again. That's sort of my point, though, Blade Tibalt. If I could... Let me drop the anger for a second, which, I'm going to be honest, is a bit of an ask right now. But let me just... throw that out the window. Speaking as a director, as an editor, you know I like minimalism. I do. I've never been quiet about that. But let's ignore that, too. Let's ignore my preferences for a moment, and let's just approach this professionally. One of the biggest problems every single work faces, especially in the modern era, is that they are simply, they simply don't really have padding. They don't have proper pacing. They have padding issues. There's a lot of empty air, right? Now, to be clear, empty air, just to be very clear about this, does not mean a downer section, or like, let's say, downtime, right? Downtime is extremely valuable in a fictional work. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about wasted space. Nothing is conveyed, nothing is happening other than time is being wasted, right? As a consequence, one of the things that a good editing pass will do is it will identify scenes like that first one and say, well, this doesn't actually convey anything. Now, that doesn't mean axing it necessarily, although that can be a solution. But what that does mean is the editing pass should look at that and say, well, maybe we could convey something with this. Maybe we could turn this from gristle into fat, as Kennex Cow just pointed out. Maybe we could sit down and say, okay, maybe just a tiny snippet of characterization. Maybe have some reference to some in-universe food that she was still munching on, or no, was thinking about getting when she gets back to town. And then she pauses and thinks, maybe we should go ahead and get one for Lore Runner too. I bet he'd like that. Just a tiny thing. That's all it needs to be. It doesn't need to be much, but it changes it from emptiness to something serving a purpose, like the second scene did, right? A lot of people think the job of the editor is to trim down things, but honestly, it's also just to try and polish up things. And honestly, I bet you're right, Blade Dwell. I bet that the scenario director and the writers straight up were not coordinating with each other. And because you're right, this is the dark era of Square. Oh, when they put out games like FF13 and Third Birthday. And yeah, this is really far into Wings at this point. So, speaking of my point, mission accomplished. Ta-da! For a structure that's vital to Federation's defense, I can't help but feel that this repair method lacks substance. She testily prods at the putty. Considering the Windurstian predilection for magic, I wonder if I could find someone well-versed in curses. The putty becomes dislodged. Whoops. So she applies the putty again. This shouldn't pose any problems, right? Of course it's fine. I'm overthinking is all. Head back. Time to claim my hard-earned reward. Again, yeah, exactly, Blade Tibalt. It's funny, because the game is sort of making my point for me. Forgive me for thinking a little bit like a speedrunner for a second, but I do think it's relevant in a lot of aspects of life. You know how you lose weight? You trim down little bits. You eat a little bit better. You get a little bit more exercise. You get a little bit more air. People want big, sweeping solutions, but in reality land, saving the metaphorical seconds is usually the thing that's actually going to accomplish something. That's how you can get healthier. That's how you can trim your budget and your expenses. That's how you can do better about cleaning your house. That's how you can do a better job about doing the dishes or folding the laundry. You figure out slight, minuscule little improvements that shave away those little seconds, those seconds and minutes, and that makes the whole overall process a lot smoother. The same applies to fiction. You slice out the one scene that doesn't fit, and then the two scenes that do are fine. you're only really saving yourself like 30 seconds, but 30 seconds sliced here, and here, and here, and here adds up, right? And again, pacing. The all-important pacing. Yeah. Anyways, negative to gameplay. Okay. If you're wondering, it's a negative for literally just redoing the same goddamn quest that you already did for the nation state. Oh god, where's Kate Sith? The walkthrough doesn't say, where's Kate Sith? Oh, it looks like I just used a cavernous maw. Okay. Whew. To think that the product which I lent my preeminent name was misused and abused. Rigorous trait. If I could justify a negative here. Let me read this as written. Rigorous testing has been proven on Zanpa Zippa's all-purpose putty foolproof. Thusly, only in the hands of one who has surpassed fooldom could it conceivably fail to work as intended. Yet I the more fool for entrusting a task of such importaru to the Mithrin mercenaries. Needless to say, I shan't part with the good coin for botchy-watched repairs. I trust there'll be no complaintarus. Probably legible. Makes me wonder where the Band-Aid came from. And for this reason, you can get lost and find yourself another unit to join. One that's willing to take on the losers. What? Oh. Ah, for crying out loud. What's the commotion this time? Ah, boss, sorry for raising a ruckus, but I felt obliged to put this dud applicant in her place and then some. What you still doing there? Waiting for an honor guard to send you off? Scram, I said. Hiss. Hold on a second. Don't I know you from somewhere? Juno, perhaps? It's very kind of my lady to remember. If it please you, Laura and I were the tag team duo that mashed the orcs as if they were overripe pamamas. I heard Lorwyn was a member of the Cobras. I came to see if I could be any help to him. You're gravely mistaken if you think it's some kind of jolly summer camp we're running here, then, lady. Oh, I hadn't meant to suggest it. Lorwyn has survived numerous battles and stared death in the face on equal occasions. As both his commander and comrade, I know for a fact that Lorwyn is no ordinary soldier. I don't know, I feel like an ordinary soldier. That's why I can say this to you with confidence. You've got nothing to fear. Lord Runner's nobody's easy prey, so don't you worry your pretty little head off. As Lord Runner gives you his unconditional trust, so too must you give him yours, but he can hold his own. Boss, these tears welling up unbidden. Sniffle, sniffle. I take it we understand each other now. Now then, we each have our tasks we're supposed to be seeing to, not the least of which you, young lady. Thank you so much, Major Roma. Yeah, that's a nice scene, too. Which just makes this all the more frustrating. I've said it before and I've said it again. It's strange when I cover a game that is both good and bad simultaneously. A complaint I've heard before is that in FF14, a lot of the main story quest is go to a place and watch a cutscene, and that's it. For the record, I don't disagree with that, but I have long since thought that that was the correct move. Because of the limitations of the engine, the limitations of budget, and the limitations of time, in addition to the fact that FF14 focuses most of its gameplay design on very specific zoomed-in things, it felt like that was a good thing. Because we know what FF14 quests look like when they try. They suck. I remember the ARR quests. I remember the Heavensward quests. And then they kind of stopped, right? Like, they sort of started backing away from having quests. And it was literally, yeah, the freaking Moogle quests, right? And they just started doing cutscenes. Focus on what you're good at, you know, is not an invalid strategy. And I feel like that was probably the right call for FF14. The dungeons are still good, the bosses are still good, the combat and the class design is still good. Keep making that good, and then keep making this good, and let them be engulfed between each other. Don't try to do what FF11 has been trying to do, for lack of a better way to put it. Or I guess, did? Because the timeline's kind of weird, but you get my point, right? It is funny, because I'm coming to this after 14, but you do get my point, I'm sure. It really struck me, because I got a comment during one of the patch streams of Endwalker. Not the Patchwalker stream, the one right before that. There it is. And the person was complaining about the fact that the entire patch was just cutscenes for the MSQ. And I'm like, well, why is that an issue? Yeah, exactly, Bragwin. There's nothing wrong with trying to stretch out and branch out and do new things. There's nothing wrong with trying to cross-develop, for lack of a better way to put that. But there's also good management in acknowledging when you're just not good at something and going ahead and focusing on other things instead. Yeah, no, exactly. Let's ignore FF11 for a second. There are plenty of games that try to have gameplay in between cutscenes and fail miserably at it. That too, Jamal. That is also a valid perspective. I say that as someone who is arguably a primary gameplay guy. I still think that way. Can I seriously not, like... How do I get up this stupid cliff? Do I get up this stupid cliff? Is this the stupid cliff I don't get up? This guy just straight up lied to me. Oh no, it hasn't lied to me. I'm an idiot. That's why. Okay, I'll take ownership of this. This is my fault. Do you know what the mistake I made was? There's no S by the zone line, by the zone name. Probably Blade Javal. I mean, again, it's not like they don't have... it's not like they don't have good gameplay in FF14. That's a hell of a reasoning, Ross. Did you see the speedrun of it in SGDQ this week? Really? I have not seen all of it. I intend to continue watching in that incredible amount of spare time I have. By the way, it's now 1,500 hours, and I am in a hurry, so this little derailment just cost me a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't cost me too much. So, present version of this exact same zone, please. I mean, Dread is solid. Yeah, we'll see, because, I mean, I guess it is already kind of getting on in time. Hey, look, it's right here! What do you know? I have not been lied to. What a strangeness. Really quick while I'm thinking about this. I'm telling you, Ross. Super with a polishing pass. Oof. Who knows? We may actually get that someday. Yeah, we walk up to Atomos, who we've gone through like 20 times, and it's like, oh my god, it's eating me. This is so strange. Anyways. So, yes, we have the memories. It's taken me 3.5 hours. But I have her stupid memories. I've slowly started to hate her. Oh, I don't know, Ross. Yeah, and Atomos just eats them. You son of a... I spent 3 hours getting those! You spit those up right now, mister! Not my time, huh? I mean, he literally did. What the hell? Oh, thank you for the sub, Ross. Always appreciate. I think I know where you're putting that forward, but I don't remember the name of the game. How is it? Shadow of Destiny Memories. So, yep. You remember that stupid fairy fountain we've been to 4 times now? Yeah, we're going back there. Because screw us. Wait, we're going back there again? Okay, so in the interest of zipping, let's go ahead and not screw up our camera. There we go. Oh, wait, I have to... Right, I have to go do this first. Change to the Mr. Red. No. This. I honestly was too. Bleach of Fall, like, to be completely honest. I cannot imagine why it wouldn't. But I was expecting it to not. Where is this stupid thing? Oh, there it was. Where is that? Where is that? Where do I have something targeted? It's like right next to me, I think. Is it? Yeah, I just took off my weapon. I think it's the thing right next to the purple thing. I could be wrong. I'm not even sure. Okay, it is the purple thing. Ignore me. I figured this was one of the void whatcha-fig things. Greetings and salutations, children of Atana. You're most welcome in the sanctuary. A short time ago, a newborn soul was sent to us from the heavens above. Judging by thy countenance, 'tis clear she is known to thee. Pray, follow me hither. Oh my god, you're right. I literally do have to come back into this zone again. You've got to be kidding me! Is this Lilithset? Thy friend came to us bearing wounds enough for a dozen lifetimes of torment. My kin and I have done all we can to heal her hurts, yet 'tis not enough. Her full recovery wanteth for one thing, the power of the future in which she believeth. You mean a future, the brighter future whence she came, the place she calls home? When the time is ripe and all conditions fulfilled, thy friend shall surely awaken. Her friend must needs be brought near, for only then will she be able to draw strength from it. Lilithset's future. I think I understand. I have an inkling. We have to settle the score, put finis to our foes. In other words, we have to wait a day. No, seriously, this is now the wait a day. We have to zone, and then come back to this exact spot. So it is to the crossroads of reality and time we must return, the Walk of Echoes. But, as we are, we don't stand a chance, face insurmountable odds. The scales weigh heavily in favor of Lilith's faction, grossly lopsided. Consequently, the powers of those aligned with the Dark Future have burgeoned, their might surges. Unless we can shift the scale back towards our reality, regain lost ground, we can't hope to fight our foe on even terms. Like how? There's nary a thing left we can do, fresh out of options. Got it. Well, wait a day. I just remembered a most important errand. Urgent business. Will be alright in my absence. Yeah, I'll be fine. But I voice a redundant concern, worried needlessly. Knowing you for the resilient adventurer you are, you will cope just fine. You'll fare admirably. Isn't that right? Coping is my middle name. God, that's so true. Now then, we shall meet here again before long. Regroup. And thence we shall secure a foothold in our future and awaken Lilithset. Restore equilibrium. Rest assured, friends, for my kin and I shall keep vigil over the child in thine absence. Alright, what's the in-game time? 2000 hours. So, you know what I think I'm actually going to do? I think I'm not going to lunch break here. I'm going to lunch break after the next one. Let me read up a little bit here. Blah, 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 blah. Walk of Echoes. Kill a bunch of people. Yeah, there it is. By the way, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. So the next wait is at this exact spot twice. That is to say, we have to go all the way back out here, and then wait a day, leave, and then come all the way back out here. That is the, I think, 7th? No, 9th time now. Or will be the 9th time. No. It's okay. I've got a plan. Got a plan. I've got this. So, Mr. Red just mentioned that this might be actual malice. Scorn, I believe is the word he used, on behalf of the developers. I have another theory, and that's because I've worked in corporate America before. In fact, I bet Blade Tavol will back me up on this. Here we are. Give me a second. I have to pull up an episode of My Little Pony. It's relevant, I swear. Okay, that's season 6, episode 10. There it is. Now, you shouldn't see anything. Yep, you don't. Good. So first I'm going to tell you something, okay? This is actually partially a really good episode and partially not. In fact, what do we rate this one? An orange, it looks like. Yep, it's technically bad for MLP, but whatever. Point being, so here's the setup, okay? There's a spa. Now, the spa has a steam room. I forget what that's called, a sauna, I think? And a lot of ponies really like going to that particular steam room. And so, there's a fairly large amount of demand for it. At one point in the episode, Applejack, who runs a farm by herself and therefore is constantly busy, just doesn't have a lot of time to spend with her friend, Rarity. Okay, that makes sense. So Rarity works something out and arranges a situation so that Applejack can have like just an hour. Just 1 hour of time off. So they can just go in and get a steam bath, right? Cool. So they show up and there's a line. Why is there a line? Well, there's a slight leak in the pipe, right? Now, this is a relatively small issue. Really, the small leak. It's something that's relatively easy to fix. However, all of the people who are waiting want to be nice and comfy and warm. So the spa offers them as a custom, like just as a we're here to take care of you kind of a thing. They offer them freshly warmed towels. However, the spa also prides itself on keeping itself clean, which means that every time they have to rotate out towels, they immediately go and wash them and dry them to make sure they have new, fresh towels. Now, your complimentary, thank you, that was the word I was looking for. Look at the damn word. Once you've seen this isn't a super complex puzzle, but once you've seen this, you now see how all the pieces run into each other. And it's actually a really cool sequence because the idea here is something that I don't see fiction tackle very often. It's when something is kind of self-perpetuating in a way that makes itself worse because of the complexity of the system in question. Each additional pony that has to wait causes the wait time to go up, which means they need another towel. The additional towel means that more of the water and steam and heat is going towards washing those towels, and it reaches the point by the time the episode starts where they've already reached zero. Nobody's actually getting a sauna because there is no pressure whatsoever because they have reached the 0 point. The metaphorical graph has dipped below zero. Applejack traces back through all this, finds the core issue, seals up the pipe, pressure goes back up, people can start going through, and the issue then becomes self-solving in the same way that it was self-defeating. There's a term for this in engineering. I don't remember what it is. Please forgive me. I like to talk about factorial when it comes to this exact same kind of issue, because in factorial you will see these kind of complex, self-defeating / self-resolving problems frequently, depending on what you've done and where you've done it. So that's all cool. But yeah, the whole point was they needed self-regulating. Thank you, that is actually the term. They needed an external eye to even be able to notice that, okay? Now, Applejack then spends some time talking about how silly it was that the problem got that bad, right? At which point, and this is what I'm going to play audio for you. She goes back to her farm, and it turns out that Twilight and Spike haven't even done the very first task, which was feeding the pigs. Now, when they come back, here, I'll show you really quick, because I can just do this. Check this out. This is the scene that they see. Right here, okay? So yeah, cut to Twilight, who is dangling from this weird rope thing, while Spike is holding her, and the pigs are not fed, and they're just like, what the hell is going on here?
Twilight, darling, how in the world did you end up there?
Spike and I were just trying to follow Applejack's list as closely as possible.
Maybe not the best plan.
I'm sorry, Applejack, but we never even got started feeding the pigs.
That's all right, Twilight. I know you did your best. I guess a list can't really capture all the ways I have of doing things.
At least you two got to spend some time at the spa together.
Yeah, that must have been super relaxing. Well, if watching Applejack fix plumbing counts as relaxing, then yes.
What about your hour of spa perfection?
As it turns out, the Ponyville Day Spa had a few problems with their steam room, and some pony refused to relax until she had fixed them.
I'm sorry, but I just couldn't let those spa ponies go another minute putting up with problems they didn't even know they had. Somehow they just got used to a huge bottleneck of ponies standing around waiting. But I took one good look at that spa jam, and I knew I had to do something. Sometimes the simplest things can just derail a whole operation. Whether it's a leaky pipe or doing too much laundry, you can't just stick to the same old way of doing things and expect them to get better. I mean, thinking you can is just plumb ridiculous, right?
Yeah, by the way, the visuals you're not seeing because of copyright is a bunch of random bullcrap.
Making things worse.
You know, we've had games with more gameplay negatives than this.
I guess it's possible to get stuck in a routine where you're doing all this extra stuff and not realize it, but I can't for the life of me think I have.
She is currently dangling from a rope while holding a corn of the cob on a stick, by the way.
Why are y'all staring at me like that?
Are you certain everything you just did is entirely necessary to feed the pigs?
What? Of course. Why would I be doing it if it weren't? See, this gate here used to squeak so loud the pigs would run to the other side of the pen and never come out. So I open and close it to let them know it's safe.
But it doesn't squeak anymore.
Of course not. I fixed that ages ago. Then I realized putting a little fright into them got them all hustling out of the pen. They don't look scared of me. Well, no, they got used to it. Which is why I started doing the chicken dance. To show them that if they didn't get to eating their food, the chickens would. Of course, being a chicken, I couldn't very well open the gate. Getting the food bucket to spill into the trough was just a happy accident, because one time I left it there by mistake.
Applejack, it seems like everything you're doing is to fix things that aren't really problems anymore.
And that's what that has to do with Final Fantasy XI. In fact, here, if I could just show you this freeze frame here. This is my legitimate theory for why all of this nonsense. The go back to a stupid spot and have to zone and real-life timer thing is probably the most example of this concept in FF11, in my opinion. Because I guarantee you that this is just the devs doing things the way that they have been doing things because it works, and not thinking about it. And someone in chat said this. There was Ross. Sometimes you need an outside eye to fix the problem. There's actually a proper term for that. It's called oversight. The way... Yeah, it probably was... Exactly. It was probably absolutely necessary because of the way the game was coded, because of the way the game was designed, especially on the PS2. But again, most of these quests were coming out in 2010. Almost a decade later. There's a reasonable chance that a lot of this stuff either had been solved or was solvable, right? But They didn't. And it's probably worth noting, and I don't mean any kind of anything by this, but from my experience, because I've covered a lot of Japanese games, Japanese workers, not just devs, in general, really tend to fall into ruts more than a lot of other people. I mean, anybody will fall into a rut, right? But, yeah, exactly, Mr. Maker. But Japanese devs are so focused on the Japanese work culture, I'm just going to say that to summarize very quickly, that it's like, do this, and then do this, and then do this, and then do this, right? That's what you do. That's what you do. And then there's this step, and then there's this step. And yeah, I was actually about to point that out as well. During my research on FF14 1.0, one of the issues they kept having was that they kept doing stuff the way they did stuff back in 11 out of habit. Because remember, several of the devs from 11 were pulled to work on 14 1.0. So, duh, right? Forgive me for the derailment, but I figured it was worth talking about. And, hey, check it out. It's been an in-game day. Oh, absolutely, Bladewell. What probably happened was someone somewhere decided... Let me use a specific example. Let me use the specific 5 negatives I just gave the quest chain I'm going through right now for the same problem, because it just keeps smashing me in the face with the same problem over and over and over and over and over. Okay. That problem is I have to go out into the middle of bum piss nowhere in order to be able to interact with a thing, see a cutscene, then I have to leave the zone and then come back after a day has passed. That is 4+ separate trips just to make these cutscenes happen, right? I know, Ross. Even audio is dangerous, but hopefully we won't get too copyrighted for that. Anyways, I'll tell you exactly what happened. Someone somewhere, probably either one of the script writers or one of the art design people, was told, we need to put a fairy fountain in the game. They thought about where it should go. They sat down. They said, here, we're going to put it here in this zone. Meanwhile, the quest designers were told, okay, we need to have several sequential cutscenes play at this fairy fountain because that's where we're doing the whole thing with Lilizet. And they said, okay, so I'll design the scripts here, and then there's the break where we have the day wait. Then here's the script here, and there's the break where we have the day wait. And because those day waits mandate leaving the zone and coming back, right? All of these things, what I'm trying to say is I don't think any individual person or even a group sat down and said, screw you. I think it's the fact that they kind of were all told to do something, and their one task that they were doing, they just did the same way they do everything else, which ran into all the problems with everything else, right? And no external eye ever came in and said, why are you making chicken faces at the pigs, Applejack? This, if I could gush for a second, I don't mean this as a dig, but please don't take this as a dig. This is probably the biggest reason why modern WoW is a miracle. I mean that. What am I calling Grobber? Because the 2 biggest things that have changed modern WoW to make it different from all previous expansions is they got rid of all the garbage human beings, and yeah, exactly, Blitzel. And they have kind of crazy good management policies. They have lots of people whose entire job it is to be coordinators across teams to make sure that issues like this don't happen. They have entire groups of people, and where that's their job, is to be oversight, to be the external party, to be the third individual looking in and saying, hold on, why is this like this? Oh, well, because of this. Well, what about this problem? Oh. Now, WoW can get away with that, because it's WoW. How many other MMOs do you think could even have such a team at all? Admittedly, I do think 14 could pull the same trick. I don't know if they have that. I don't know enough about the dev side of 14 to know if they have that oversight team. We know that when players tend to bring up issues, the devs are aware of them. The answer when issues are brought up is usually, we know it's a problem, we just can't do anything about it. It's one of the reasons why, in the circles I frequent, so many people are so excited about Evercold, is because one of the big back-of-the-box features of Evercold is we're taking a lot of player feedback and trying to fix a lot of things. Getting rid of the 2-minute cycle thing for classes, completely overhauling the low-level stuff on classes, trying to make it so that the netcode works better and you can group with people in other regions easier. You get it. Oh, Jesus, Decoyta. I've seen that phenomenon in Guild Wars 2. Because Guild Wars 2 also has dynamic rendering. A.k.a. Your render radius shrinks the more stuff there is to render. Also true, Pills of Snow. Evercold is finally dumping the PS4, and like it or not, that is a good thing. They're only doing it because they have to. They've stuck with it as long as they could. But they have quite literally reached the point where it is physically impossible to keep supporting the PS4. So... impeccable timing as ever. I have dire need of your ample tracking prowess, your not inconsiderable fetching abilities. The punch bug, you must help me catch it. Bring it back. Punch bug? It's a rather embarrassing tale to recount. We'll never live it down. The punch bug escaped my grasp, you see. When I instinctively pounced upon a fat, juicy rodent, I discovered it was a ground ray stone. An unpalatable rock. There's no time to explain the punch bug's inner workings, but trust me when I say the future depends on retrieving it. Okay. I am actually going to be very curious, because I've been paying... Despite all my doldrums, I've been paying very careful attention to a lot of the specifics of quest construction and zone construction and programming as we go. Again, leave zone, wait a day, come back, new script trigger, right? Just to name the most immediate example we've been talking about. Hang on, let me... trade the bug to the confluence. Okay, that's what I was wondering. This is another thing I've noticed a bunch. This Wings in particular has been doing this thing where there's like a quest object. In some cases it makes sense, and in some cases it doesn't. And the quest object kind of serves as the representative of whoever it is you're actually interacting with, right? So we have to give this punch bug to this floating crystal in order to give it to Kate Sith. Because, again, code, right? They're trying to think of quest triggers, and they need... the interaction layer needs to be you trade item to thing, but they don't have proper layering. They can't just have Kate Sith standing here. Nor can they have 15 different Kate Siths standing here, so... they have something representative. Like the sparkles back at the base of the castle's Vala is another example of this. Big, empty, dead zone, but you interact with the sparkle and it represents the troops you're about to go do a mission for. Stuff like that. Without ado, I shall pick up things where I left off. Carry on as if nothing happened. So, take this here, slip it in like so. Blah, blah. Ta-da! It's finally complete. Unfinished no more. Lore Runner, I want you to take this with you. Keep it on your person. It's a bottled punch bug, our secret weapon against the enemy, our trump card. What? Ever since we were reft of Lillicet, your reality has slowly but surely been fading away. Unless we take preventative measures, and with due haste, Atomos will continue to devour the brighter future without abandon. Until nothing remains, picked clean to the last memory orb. In pondering all possible courses of action, something occurred to me, came to mind. What if we were to harness the power of the brighter future, that of your memories and experiences to aid in the fight, improve the odds? The bottled punch bug will serve as a channel that grants you access to that power, a bridge of sorts. Through it, you should be able to amplify your strength, if only temporarily. Oh my god! I think we're going to actually be an adventurer for a minute instead of... I don't know, I don't have a word for it. Instead of a lobby! Truth be told, its usage would be frowned upon as violation of the natural order, but we don't have the luxury of dwelling on the fine print, fretting over inconvenient details. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The reality whence you came from is no illusion, not make-believe. Come what may, you must ever keep in faith in the future you wish to be, the world whose survival you desire. Let us go. Strike out. So now we have a bouse. Technically a cutscene than a bouse. Yeah, I think this is the very first time we've had playable Walk of Echoes. Mr. Red, are you there? You know what, never mind, I'll just leave group. Make it easy. Oh, okay. Oh, whatever. Got the important one out anyways. I wasn't sure, so I was being cautious. And yes, I will take a lunch break at some point, or... No, you're fine. That's right. Go forth. Consume delicious pizza. You never told me the toppings. And you know what that means. I'm gonna have Mr. Pink have a visit to you. Let me tell you, he ain't kind. I'm just saying. Sooner or later, I knew you'd show up. You just don't know when to quit, do you? Not that you need reminding, but you're all out of playing pieces. No amount of struggling will avail you now, so why don't you save us all some trouble and give up? Larsos. Evangelise, please stop grabbing her butt right in front of me. It's kind of lewd. Shame on you for betraying Lillicet and Lorana's trust, turning your coats. Worse, you went so far as to sell your souls to the dark divinity like a sack of yams, a bag of puppetos. Heh. The creature as near as beastman makes no difference, would presume to admonish me. My soul is for sale to neither god nor man, except you sold your soul to the devil! There existed an enemy that wanted for vanquishing. I merely made a choice, one that granted me the power needed to accomplish my objectives. Do not think ill of me, Lord Honor. No, I think really ill of you. I look forward to killing you. Selfish though this must sound, it matters not what becomes of me or the future. But a world without Sir Rajalis is like a world bereft of light. I could not abide in such a place. You made a habit of questioning our motives, but what of your own? You and yours seek to prevent the future from coming to pass. The true future, excuse me. Me and mine, on the other hand, have taken up arms against Altana's will. Fact is, both our existences are sinful in the eye of the gods. There ain't no change in that. What? No, I won't stand for such slander. Hiss! Unlike you unsavory bunch, we fight to realize an ideal, goddess-sanctioned world. We fight for great justice. Spare us the rhetoric. Even a hoodman can see that next to nothing separates our two factions. We're two sides of the same coin. We're not so different, you and I, except for the fact that I sold myself to the devil and am betrayed people for absolutely no good reason and plan to murder people in order to create a new era of strife and destruction, in order to cause endless strife. And you don't. We are but two sides of the same coin. I, for one, could care less for justice and utopias. We glaze our words with honey and put on a righteous facade, but in truth we're not more than power-starved scoundrels. Even as I stood engulfed in the cold flames of the underworld, I became awakened to my deepest, darkest desires. 'Twas an epiphany as I'd never known. For all my gallantry and talk of honor, what truly drove me was the feel of hard steel in my hand, as it cleaves the flesh and bone of my enemy, spilling their blood. I have all my life been a soldier. I mean, you can see why Odin goes for this dude. I have all my life been a soldier. By the sword have I lived, and by it shall I die. I shall slay the Shadow Lord, or perish in so trying. You're dead. I have chosen my path, as have yours. You yours. There's naught to say or do now, but to stay our resolve and see things through to the last. Yeah, Radulise is still a plus to story. Oh hey, it's the loser version of me. Consider this a mirror to your future. You're funny. Nah, I got this. What? All these people are your comrades? Your friends? Oh my god, I think if Mr. Ed was here, he would have been in this cutscene. Because it summoned my party. Apparently Mr. Ed is neither my comrade nor my friend. So you'd face us as the three Spite Wardens. Now that I've called you that, though, most like you'll lot'll be bleating about wanting some new, more virtuous-sounding name. Those words are the only truths that come out of you this whole time, the entire encounter. We're no wardens of spite, I assure you, but there'll be more opportune time to resolve the issue of names. Let's finish this once and for all. The stage is set for a decisive battle, and there's no lack for cast members. Whatever the outcome, the end will see these grounds awash in the blood of scoundrels. Let it begin. Set free your inner beast, and come at me with all your strength. That's actually kind of cool tech. Legitimately. And yeah, gotta resummon now. As expected. How many of you have seen the second Nolan Batman film? Most specifically, the first scene, the bank heist. There's a wonderful tidbit that's sort of lived rent-free in my head from that for a long time. It's when the guy at the bank who was connected to the Mafia pulls out a shotgun to start shooting Joker's goons. And he says a line, and that's the line that lives in my head. It is, do you have any idea who you're stealing from? You and your friends are all dead. Not that I bring that up right now for any particular reason. Oh, I should probably equip my weapons again. Yeah, do you have any idea whose money this is? One down. Sorry, two down, excuse me. Well, Portia, I guess I lied to you. I forced you to watch your husband die again. My bad. Yeah, he likes to play villains too, Arspruce. Sorry, Lilizet. I had to kill your mom. I'm lying. I wasn't sorry about that at all. But appear mine eyes did not deceive me. You're every elm the man I marked you for. So this is the power of the goddess, tempered in the blazing forge of her children's hopes and dreams. You've proven yourself worthy of my respect. I'm gutted my time's up, but there's no helping it. Victory belongs to they who wanted more. Yeah, we straight up disintegrated our doppelganger. I'm actually completely with you on that killing you. I also think he would have been a better shredder, but I'm in the minority on that one, obviously. What will become of those two? Will they be all right? Have no fear, I value their lives above my own. As my final act, I will see them to safety. Can't we just kill them? I'm okay with killing. I really am. I just want to be clear about this. Their deaths are on the table. Right there. This mission's cutscene will display fellow party members, which is unique amongst FF11 cutscenes. Wow. Sir Regulus, of those you fought in the war, none was more valorous, more honorable than you. The folks of both realities know this well. For the sake of the future, no matter which, live on. It turns out, Mr. Red, I was the FF11 all along. Pray forgive me my premature departure. Honored to serve beside you, my lord. I mean, both of them literally sold their soul to the Lucifer of the setting. They're not great people. Oh, absolutely, Sean. 100%. Is there like a thing out here? There's no map for this area. Of course there isn't. Is there a book or a crystal? Or anything? No. Well, alright. Actually, that's a good point. Shoot. That is a good point. No, sorry, that's exactly what I was just thinking in my head. The Hearth should be the backup option, not the main option. Looks like we're good, though. Just do not remember my words, even if faint exposure to stress would leave us some. Right, I gotta take out my stupid sword and weapon and yeah, hang on. Just re-equipped this stuff. I don't know, Mystic Maker. How much are you awakened? Don't tell me we're too late, too slow to return. Melissa, come back to us. Wake up! I'm apparently not doing the wings up alone. Okay. I trust Blade Troll on that one. Hang on a second. I should only have one wing. Uh-oh. Our player's talking to me. What do I do? What do I do? Okay, you want to hear something funny? I literally don't know how to talk in this game. I mean, I know I could type and it comes out, but I don't know the channels. I don't know the commands. I have done so little in-game typing, I don't know how to talk to other players. Floor runner? Let me guess, Rhapsodies. So yeah, so narratively speaking, what's probably going to happen after this is the final push, right? We've turned the corner. We got this. Now we're going to go fight the final boss. So it's going to be the build-up to, and then the finale. Let's hope it doesn't take 3.5 hours. I spent 3.5 hours getting you back up. I don't think that goddess Altana be praised. Remember, Kate said, isn't it too early to be awake? Could you give me a day, please? I know. 3 hours to res someone doesn't actually sound like a lot. Oh, dude, you know the worst kind of naps? For me, Bragon. It's when you lay down and then you wake up and you don't know what day or time it is because you lay down at an unusual time. So you wake up and it takes you a minute to realize it's actually the afternoon. Anyone could tell by looking at you you're a spring chicken, but none could know how right they'd be. Quite literally correct. But as we know better, and as such, you should remain here for the nonsense convalescence. Recover your strength. To the enemy's dismay, we've clawed our way back to being on footing with them, stand on even ground. I'd wager this is their first taste of desperation, their introduction to fear. We must take this to mean they will come at us in full force, with steel singing and magic blazing. Rest yourself as best as you can. I've noticed that too, Dakota. I think they've started adding some rigging to the facial models itself. Lilith, for example, has a thing where her mouth will actually curve up. Like, it'll actually do that for the smile. Bear witness, Atomos. Behold which side of the playing board shall be left tear-drenched when the dust settles, when all is said and done. And now, I leave this on. This is when we hearth. You can always recommend a positive or a negative. Oh, we did it! We did it! Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so proud. We are at 312 gross gameplay negatives. For those of you who don't understand what that means, all of FF14, the whole game, and by the way, I was much more thorough about reviewing 14. I did every side quest, all the primary optional stuff, every class, everything. all of FF14 has a total of 310 negatives to it. Yeah, we did it. We beat FF14. Ugh. Completing a full mission list gives bonuses to experience points and capacity points for each mission completed. Do you happen to have like a link to a wiki entry on that phenomenon, Mystic Maker, so I can look at it in more detail? Because that's the first I've ever even heard of that. I'm not saying I don't believe it, just I'd like to read up on that, you know? And while you link that, I'm gonna go grab lunch.